Officer at the ICLD. Welcome to the second Local Democracy Cross-Pollination Seminar, How to Advance Women's Economic Empowerment to Curb Gender-Based Violence. As some of you are still getting logged on, we are counting to 50 registered participants for this seminar, but not everyone has logged on yet. And we can see that we have 16 participating countries today, joining this international seminar on the 20th of October. Some of you most certainly took part in our first cross-pollination seminar early June this year on the topic of gender-responsive budgeting as a response to the economic distress connected to COVID-19. Our intention is for this to be a series of seminars, and the next one is planned for early spring next year. We have once again gathered you here today because we think it is of great importance to facilitate continuous and structured learning and knowledge sharing and exchange of practical experience among all teams and all participants in ICLD programs and activities. And this is something that ICLD strive for at all times. This is actually the very DNA of ICLD. And especially important at times like this, when we need to address emerging issues and challenges because of COVID-19. During the first seminar in June, rising unemployment and the correlated spike in gender-based violence were identified by the participants and the alumni taking part in the first seminar as key emerging realities for local governments. And this decided the theme for this second seminar. One of the keys to gender equality is an equal economy. An equal economy is one of the keys to curb gender-based violence. And as long as there is gender-based violence, there is not going to be gender equality. With me here today in the studio in Visby, I have our Secretary General Johan Lilja, who will give the welcoming remarks in a very short while. I also have my colleague Nikolaj Ekekrantz, who will be helping out with breakout rooms and also do the reporting from this seminar that we will also share with you later on. And we are recording this seminar so that you will be able to see all the presentations later. And in Kampala, Uganda, and in Tbilisi, Georgia, we have two phenomenal program mentors, Anna and Joseph, that I will present a little bit more thorough in just a short while. And you will hear much more from them during this day. But now I would like to hand over to our Secretary General, Johan Lilja, to give the welcoming remarks. Please, Johan, the floor is yours. Thank you.
And good morning to all of you. I hope you are well. The pandemic has a huge impact on many, and it's far from over, as you know, even if some countries now have less infected persons. Great that you have taken the opportunity to participate here today, and I am grateful to have been given the opportunity to share some opening remarks on this important event. As said earlier, my name is Johan Lilja. I'm the Secretary General at ICLD. There is no secret that democracy around the world is in decline. The painful truth is that more people currently live in countries with authoritarian tendencies than in countries with making democratic progress. This negative trend must be reversed if we will be able to tackle the many global challenges facing us today. Cooperation and cross-border alliances are the only way. We must protect democracy every day. ICLD is in a favor and believe that the solution to complex challenges such as poverty, lack of equality, lack of respect of human rights is by strengthening and improve democratic dialogue and partnerships. We are convinced that democracy is the best foundation for a sustainable society. A democratic, inclusive, and equal society gives everyone the opportunity to achieve their full potential and to contribute to and participate in the developing society. This morning, I would like to address the structural problem related to domestic violence. What needs to be done to make a change, and which tools need to be used. Let me share a short story. During some years in the 90s, I was responsible for a school construction project in Kenya. One time, I arrived unannounced to a school who had applied for some extension of classrooms, and to my big surprise, I saw on the ground that they have disciplined 20 students and I have put them lying around the flag post in the sun. And as we all know, dehydration can cause serious problems and damage to the health. I ran upset into the headmaster's office and requested a serious discussion on the matter. And when I said I would never bear hand on my children or my wife, the headmaster looked at me and said, "You don't beat your wife." And I answered I would never do that. And he replied, "How will you then make your wife work?" I will not take the time to explain the cultural habit of paying dowry for your wife and all the expectations that goes along with that. But the conversation ended by his surprise that I didn't beat my wife. And I told him if I'd done that, it had been a criminal act and I had been also ending up in jail. I was reminded of this experience when I got the tragic news last week that the Kenyan Olympian athlete Agnes Tirop was murdered by her husband. This can never be reduced to a tragic standing alone incident. This is a part of a structural problem and need to be addressed as a structural problem. It needs to be challenged from the core, the mindset. What is a wife? What is the expectation from a society when it comes to treatment of each other in a relationship? What is the reaction should a woman expect when she tells others about her treatment? And what is the reaction from local authorities? What is the reactions from stakeholders as teachers and headmasters in a school forming the next generation? We need to stop handling them as individual cases. We need to see them for what they are, a structural problem in the society. A problem that needs to engage the society in Sweden or elsewhere in the world. This is not a problem in one individual country. This is a global problem. Statistics and research show that COVID-19 had contributed to domestic violence related to that more domestic time has generated more confrontation in the home environment. I believe that all local communities should have more local events bringing this to the top of their agenda. I'm happy to take this time to share that you take this time to share your experience in this local democracy cross-pollination event, to suggest concrete actions to make a change. Then perhaps the death of Agnes could at least create something valuable afterwards. You can make a difference. My role model Nelson Mandela said, "As long as women are bound by poverty and as long as they are looked down upon, human rights will lack substance." But he knew also it was not enough with solidarity for women. It's also needed legislation supporting the change of mindset. That, I believe, is the tools needed. Change of mindset, supporters with rules and legislation. With those words, I wish you a fantastic, good few hours together in this cross-pollination seminar. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Johan. Thank you, Johan. As always, Johan, thank you for your personal and thought-inspiring words and for these welcoming remarks. Let me say something more about the core of sharing experience and perspectives together, as we really like to do within all of our programs and activities at ICLD. You as participants in programs and partnerships really are at the center for us. Our intention today is to give you input with a few new insights and key highlights from speakers and presenters today. To give you the possibility to cross-pollinate with colleagues and peers and find new solutions and ways to act and to move forward. So the breakout rooms and the breakout sessions that are going to happen today between the speakers are really important. Make good use of them. Be active and share your experience and your thoughts with colleagues that you're going to meet in these breakout sessions. You will be 6 or 7 or 8 colleagues that are going to meet from different countries and with different perspectives. And we will be interested to hear what you have been discussing in these breakout rooms when we gather in the plenary afterwards again. Let me also tell you that the ICLD network is constantly growing. ICLD is now running 8 training programs and 1 alumni network. And we also have somewhat 55 municipal partnerships ongoing. And our Knowledge Center is funding and facilitating at least 7 research projects at the moment, maybe more. Let me also now introduce to you today's main facilitators. I will still be with you all of the day, but I will not have a big part as I had at the previous seminar. I will be with you, but I will hand over to today's main facilitators. Both national mentors in 2 of our international training programs. Anna Kebadze is a mentor in our Human Rights-Based Approach program. And Anna is also a capacity development expert at UNDP in Georgia, where Anna works towards ensuring that local governments have efficient, inclusive and accountable institutions, and that the civil servants are empowered and trained to deliver high-quality services. And Anna brings over 10 years of professional experience in the agency. And Joseph Osia is a mentor in our gender mainstreaming program, the program that I'm a program officer for. Joseph is also a gender governance and communications expert with over 25 years of experience in the field of providing leadership and support to civil society and the development sector. Joseph has been at the forefront of critical private sector support to Uganda's national COVID-19 early response system. He has also done grassroots research on emerging socioeconomic issues as a result of the pandemic, with a focus on the gendered impact and implications. So now I would like to leave the floor to both Anna and Joseph to take on and explain what is going to happen next. So the floor is yours, Anna and Joseph.
Thank you very, very, very much, Anna. It's my biggest pleasure to be here once again. This is an exciting series. The cross-pollination that happened, that initiated this series was wonderful. We had great exchanges. And I'm very excited to be here once again, speaking from Kampala in Uganda, in Africa. And it's lovely weather. It's a brilliant setting for this seminar. Anna, how are you doing?
Good morning. Good morning from Georgia. It is my great pleasure that I'm joining this seminar together with participants from so many countries. And it is exciting day, and I know that we have a very exciting agenda that you will shortly explain to our participants, Joe. But I think now it's time to also give our participants a chance to greet each other and do so in their own native language. So for this, I would like to ask all of you to use Menti, and I'm sure that many of you have used Menti before. So you need to use your device, either your phone or your computer, go to menti.com and use the code that you see on the screen. It is 25680068. So we would be happy to see how you greet us, how you say good morning in your native language. So once again, go to menti.com and use the code on the screen that you see, 25680068.
Anna, how do you say good morning in your language, in your native language?
Dilam Shridobrisa. This is how we say it in Georgia. And how would you say it, Joe?
We have 54 languages in Uganda, 54 recognized languages.
Wow.
But my native tongue, you'd say yoga.
Yoga.
Yes. But we have Luganda, which is the most widely spoken native language in Uganda. And in Luganda, good morning is, they have about 3 or 4 versions, but you could say Oliotia.
Okay, I'm not sure that it's Oliotia.
Yes.
Yeah, this is great that we have such a diversity among our participants as well. So let's see how it looks, and then I'm sure that we can also hear it from our participants as well.
So participants, once again, the instruction is go to www.menti.com and then use the code 25680068. And then just let us know, how do you say good morning in your native language? We'd just like to have this as an initiator bit of interaction with you. Do we have anybody coming through on Menti?
We should see the screen now with the answers from Menti.
Raika, we have seen your message. Sorry about your connection problems, but even in the chat, could you tell us how you greet in your language, and then we can vocalize it for you. Dobro jutro. Is it dobro jutro or dobro jutro?
Jutro. It would be jutro, I think.
Jutro. Yes. Anna, try the one in Finnish.
Oh God, that might be. Hyvää huomenta.
I think you've done much better than I would have.
Mire mengies in Albanian. Habari ya asubuhi.
Ah, fantastic. Fantastic.
Günaydin in Turkey. So
Mulibwanji. I think that is a Bantu language. Mulibwanji from Andrew Tembo. Thank you, Andrew. Mwajukeni in Mambwe, a Zambian language. That's also a Bantu language, if I think right. Excellent, excellent. Tanzania comes in with habari ya asubuhi. Excellent.
Buenos dias.
Brilliant.
And another dobro jutro in Serbian.
Ah, Good representation from Serbia.
Yes.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you for the introduction, people. It's been lovely. Mweramutseneza. That is definitely Rwanda. Mwauka Bwanji. Zambia. Thank you, Zambia.
And this shows how many countries we have here represented on today's seminar, and this should make our discussions even more interesting. And I'm sure that participants will be very much interested to learn the experiences of different countries when you get a chance to discuss the topics in breakout rooms and also to share your ideas and opinions in plenary sessions.
Yes, I think so. I think so. Anne, so why don't you take us through some of the expectations that the participants may have in this seminar?
Yes, so do we still use Menti? Are participants able to use Menti? I would like to ask our technician to advise on that, because then we would have a combined session.
Yes, but I think we can also use Menti and the chat as the tech team is
Menti
working.
is on now.
Okay.
So we can use Menti to also learn what your expectations are of this seminar. And then we could also ask some of you to briefly explain what do you expect from today's seminar. So maybe we could move to another question, Nikolai, because we have already heard, I think, how participants would wish good morning in their own native languages, and we have used chat for that. So if we could move to another question on Menti. Yes.
Okay, Anna, now we have the next question. What are your expectations from this seminar?
Yes, and we should see the results and the answers from the participants on the screen. So we would like you to share your expectations with us very briefly through Menti. Please also use your devices to go to menti.com and use the code that should be on your screen. And I will also say what the code is. It is 25680068.
Participants can also use the chat if you're still having problems with signing into Menti. Would prefer to have the Menti because that gives us an excellent results interface. But if you can't, you can still come through on the chat. What are your expectations from this seminar?
Okay, we have the first answers, I think.
Yes.
To gain a general perspective and information about gender-based violence, which is very important, exchanges on best practices to tackle GBV and advance women's economic empowerment, what has worked in different contexts. And I think we will have very good presentations and discussions exactly on that.
Yes. I think that's an excellent expectation, especially with reference to the different contexts. This is what the cross-pollination series is all about, how we can take the experiences and best practices from different places and put them out there and have a discussion around them so that we can do some learning and use those learnings to incorporate those best practices in our local areas.
Yes, and in chat, Lambert wrote that the expectation is to understand well the role of women to improve economic situation of a country.
Okay.
So maybe some of you would like to actually talk to us and share your expectations and also greet us in person. So maybe you could just raise your hand and we would unmute you to share with us your expectations. And
Okay.
please also either rename to show which country you are from, And also when you will take the floor, also tell us where you're coming from. Lambert from Rwanda. Lambert, would you like to also briefly explain what your expectation is? You could unmute yourself. Okay, Joe, I think that we have some key expectations already identified from the participants, and I'm sure that many other participants also agree what has been said already. So maybe it is time for us to move to the next session and start with the first presentation. What do you say?
Anna, I think we had Lambert on the, he was unmuting himself.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Yes, Lambert. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Gwitare Lambert from Rwanda. I love so much ICLD. I was so amazing to see that there is a seminar of ICLD. I was in other seminar in 2013 with the help of ICLD. So I am so glad to see you again, and I want to understand well the role of women in improving economic situation of a country. So I'm so happy to join you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are also very happy to have you for this seminar and for others that you have mentioned that you have joined previously. With this, let us start with the first session.
Anna?
Yes.
I'd just like to give the participants a very, very quick overview of this exciting seminar. Just in 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, we have an exciting morning set up for you. The first session is going to be basically introductions and seminar overview, where we have done an interactive session to understand what how you say good morning in your languages. Now we will go straight into the session 2, which will deal with the issues of definition of GBV and expanding your perspectives. We have an exciting presenter here all the way from Switzerland, who is going to help us understand what is the correlation between COVID-19, the changes in the labor landscape, and the spike in gender-based violence. After this, we shall have a Q&A session. We will be able to ask some questions and obtain some answers to some of the things that we may be interested in. And then very, very quickly, we shall go into some breakout rooms where the cross-pollination actually happens. What do we mean? This is where we get an opportunity to discuss pertinent questions with each other, using part of the information that has been in the presentation, but also using our own experiences to enrich each other. Then we will come back and have a general discussion as a plenary. After this, after a short break, we will go into our second presentation. We have an expert who is going to help us understand how we can advance women's economic empowerment to sort out the issues around gender-based violence. This is an extremely exciting presentation, I can tell you straight up. And she's our presenter is a seasoned presenter with a lot of wonderful content to give to us. Again, we'll have an opportunity to present some questions and listen to some answers, and also to reflect over that in the breakout rooms with other participants. We will come back into the plenary where we'll have some discussions, and then we will move into our third presentation. We have another international expert who will be taking the seminar through the topic of reskilling and pivoting for relevance in the new normal. We know that there are changes at the global level. We know that those changes are affecting us at the local level. So we need to understand, do we need to reskill? Do we need to pivot? And if so, is there, what is the correlation of that to the new normal? This is going to be explained to us by a wonderful expert whom we shall be introducing later. And as usual, we'll have an interactive session after that. The first interactive session will be a survey where you'll be asked to go to Menti and answer a couple of questions. And then we'll have an opportunity to do a question and answer, quick question and answer, and have a short break. Our fourth and last session will be what is the increased resilience through shared experiences and cross-pollination of best practices. As the Secretary General and the Director, Anne, have already elaborated, this is a deliberate strategy of the ICLD to create a learning organization so that we can use each other's experiences to enrich each other and create a better learning space for everybody. After that, we will have the wrap up and closing by none other than the Assistant Secretary General of the UN and also a director in the UNDP. We will also introduce her as she comes in to speak. After she has addressed us, we will have the final closure of the seminar, where we hope you will once again listen to our team and get ready for the next events coming up. So in a nutshell, that is what we have arranged for you. Anna?
Thank you so much, Joe. I think it is a very exciting agenda for today. And now it is definitely a time to move to the next session and to start with our first presentation. And I'm pleased to present our first speaker, Nicole Blauer, who will talk about gender-based violence, which is beyond physical violence. Nicole is a Swiss social entrepreneur who works closely with vulnerable women communities. She has a wealth of experience in media, PR, and communications spanning Europe, Middle East, and Africa. She's a gender champion whose passionate pursuit of women's empowerment has seen her leave a signature of transformation across diverse grassroots communities around the world. Nicole is currently providing strategic support to selected civil society organizations in Uganda in order to enable them efficiently strengthen their development impact. Nicole, over to you.
Okay, good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for being here with me today. I must say, it's an absolute pleasure for me to be able to share this time with you and to share ideas and knowledge and potentially learn from each other. So thank you all very much for being here today. I think the best way to move forward right now would be to get right into it and go into all of the learning objectives that we have set up for you today. So the main objectives that I had for this particular session are to enable you, our seminar participants, to be able to, number one, expand your definitions of gender-based violence, to identify the various forms of gender-based violence, the root causes and the contributing factors as well. And we'll also take a look at the major consequences of gender-based violence and try to understand how emergencies like COVID-19 pandemic have aggravated the risk of gender-based violence. I feel like these are very important points and factors that we need to take into consideration at this point in time. We'll also take a look at the different major consequences of gender-based violence and try to understand how, all of the influences of the pandemic have had on different cultures, different genders, because we don't only want to focus on what it has done to impact the male gender, but the female gender, but also what it's done to impact the male gender, because I feel like there's a direct correlation between the two. Finally, I think it will be good for us to briefly look into a few recommendations that local democracies or local governments could potentially take on in an effort to mitigate gender-based violence. So with that being said, let's start with what is gender-based violence? Gender-based violence is an umbrella term for any harmful act that is perpetrated against a person's will and that is based on socially ascribed differences between males and females. Gender-based violence is a phenomenon that I feel is deeply rooted in gender inequality and continues to be one of the notable human rights violations within all societies. Both women and men are exposed to this violence, like I said earlier on. However, the majority of victims, as most of us already know, unfortunately, are women and girls. The Istanbul Convention, which is the benchmark for international legislation on tackling gender-based violence, describes gender-based violence as a violence on women in particular, and is a gendered act, which is a violation of human rights and a form of discrimination against women. And those are pretty strong words. Under the Istanbul Convention, acts of gender-based violence are emphasized as resulting in either physical, sexual, psychological, or mental, however you choose to phrase it, and economic harm or even suffering to women. This can include threats of such acts being perpetrated against them, as well as coercion or arbitrary deprivation of liberty, whether it occurs in your public life or even in your private life. I would say that the most common manifestations of gender-based violence would include sexual violence, which we're all familiar with, and this could end up, end up in rape or just, violent acts or intimidation. And then there's domestic violence or intimate partner violence. To elaborate on intimate partner violence, this is something that usually happens within the home setting, where one partner may have unmet sexual demands, for example, that end up resulting in forceful or even non-consensual relations. And as we know, that is very common practice. Then we've got harmful traditional practices like female genital mutilation, for example, which is something that we see in very many societies all over the world, unfortunately. We've also got forced marriage, early marriage, underage marriage, denial of resources and opportunities, sexual harassment, sexual exploitation, which basically means women that are in dire or desperate situations are being taken advantage of. There's also the very, tricky topic of, sex-selective abortion, which I can imagine, we can all imagine the reasoning behind, based on all of the experiences that they might have gone through in certain situations. There's also some forms of trafficking, to mention but a few. The list basically just goes on and on and on. Gender-based violence, which is also used interchangeably with the term violence against women and girls, known as VAWG, knows no boundaries. It cuts across borders, race, culture, and income groups, and in the process, profoundly harming victims, the people around them, and a society as a whole. So during the times of instability, like the COVID-19 pandemic, or wars or disasters, women and girls are disproportionately impacted by sexual and gender-based violence, as we all know. So as you can see from the examples that I've given, gender-based violence is enacted under many different manifestations, from its most widespread form, which we're all aware of, and that's intimate partner violence, all the way through to acts from violence carried out online, especially on social media platforms and interactive sites. And these forms of violence are not mutually exclusive, and multiple incidences of violence can be happening at once and reinforcing each other. To elaborate more on that, for example, inequalities experienced by a person related to like their race, their disability, their age, social class, religion, or even sexuality can also help to drive acts of violence. This means that while women face violence and discrimination based on gender to begin with, some women experience multiple and interlocking forms of violence occupied or coupled with, quote unquote, their pre-existing inequalities, which just, makes a problem even worse. So now to touch on the different forms of gender-based violence, these are usually grouped into four main categories. And these are: number one, physical gender-based violence; two, sexual gender-based violence; three, economic gender-based violence; and finally, psychological, as we said earlier, mental-based violence, So let's get into a brief overview of each of these varying forms, starting with physical violence. This, for example, is an act that causes physical harm as a result of unlawful physical force. Physical violence can take the form of, amongst others, serious and minor assaults, deprivation of liberty, and even in some cases, manslaughter, like we've heard about recently with a very popular athlete from Kenya. Two would be sexual violence, and it refers to any sexual acts performed on an individual without their consent. Sexual violence can take on the form of rape or assault. Sexual violence encompasses acts that range from verbal harassment to forced intercourse and an array of types of coercion, from social pressure, intimidation, and eventually even physical force. Three, which is not very commonly known, is the psychological violence, also known as emotional abuse, and may be defined as a sort of violence which causes psychological distress and even damage to an individual. Psychological violence can range anywhere from defamation, could be intimidation, humiliation, to verbal insult and threats. And I'm sure a lot of us can relate, even in a school setting growing up, we've dealt with bullying, so we understand the impact that such negative actions towards us can have, and how they can influence us growing up and our confidence rates, etc. So as an adult, this is obviously heightened and very difficult to deal with. Finally, we have economic violence. This is in essence any act or behavior which causes economic harm to an individual. Economic violence can take on the form of, for example, damaging somebody's property, restricting access to financial resources and education, or not complying with economic responsibilities such as, for example, alimony towards a spouse or an estranged spouse. It's also important to recognize that gender-based violence may be normalized, which is another way of saying widely socially acceptable, and reproduced due to structural inequalities such as societal norms, which is a very common practice, attitudes and stereotypes around gender generally, and violence against women specifically. Therefore, I feel like it is really important to acknowledge structural and institutional violence, which can be defined as the subordination of women in economic, social, and political life, when attempting to explain the prevalence of violence against women in our societies. All right, let us take a look at the root causes and contributing or risk factors of gender-based violence. The first root cause is power imbalance. An imbalance of power quite simply means that the parties that are participating have different sources and levels of power. If everything between the parties is equal, there is no imbalance. However, most societies have a patriarchal tendency with men holding dominant positions over women, and this is only by virtue of their gender. Add to this the behavior contributing factors of alcohol, drugs, boredom, retaliation, and the likelihood of gender-based violence increases dramatically. The second root cause is gender inequalities. Gender inequality, in a nutshell, is discrimination on the basis of sex or gender, causing one sex or gender to be routinely privileged or prioritized over another. Gender equality is a fundamental human right, and that right is being violated by gender-based discrimination. Women are subordinated to roles and social norms that project them as socially and economically inferior to men. These inequalities are usually structural, unfortunately, and well entrenched in societies to date. Lastly, we have disregard for human rights. Some societies have certain human rights violations that receive high levels of social acceptance. Some of these include disregard for women in leadership positions, limited participation of women in decision-making, etc. The enabling factors, in my opinion, would be disproportionate representation of women or women's interests at decision-making fora, limited participation of women in leadership, and outright impunity by existing power structures. Now, as you can see, when we closely examine the current situation, there are three main contributors that account for how we arrived at a major spike in gender-based violence, if you take a time to look at that. The first is COVID-19 related gender-based violence. Gender-based violence increases during every type of emergency, whether it's economic crises, conflict, or disease outbreaks. The second is gender-based violence related to COVID-19 solutions, which is our current situation right now. So many women are in lockdown at home with their abusers, while being cut off from normal support systems and services such as humanitarian aid, as well as medical facilities in some cases. In these cases, they would ordinarily have had access to sexual and reproductive health treatments in case of any event, and also any other types of aid that they would need at that point in time. Pre-existing gender-based violence. So pre-existing toxic social norms and gender inequalities, economic and social stress caused by the pandemic, coupled with the restricted movement and social isolation measures, have led to an exponential increase in gender-based violence. Even before COVID-19 existed, domestic violence was already one of the greatest human rights violations, as we all know. And believe it or not, in the 12 previous months, 243 million women and girls aged between the years of 15 to 49 across the world have been subjected to sexual or physical violence, and that by an intimate partner. So as the COVID-19 pandemic continues, this number is likely to grow with the multiple impacts on women's well-being, their sexual and reproductive health, their mental health, their ability to participate and to lead in the recovery of our societies and our economies, which is a very sad thing to note. So I'd like to get into what we have coined, or multiple people have coined as the shadow pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic brought out or strengthened a number of conditions with the result that there was an unprecedented surge or upsurge in the reported cases of gender-based violence. Globally, even before the COVID-19 pandemic began, 1 in 3 women experienced physical or sexual violence, mostly by an intimate partner, like we said before. It has been noted that confinement is fostering the tension and strain created by security, health, and mostly money worries. And it's also increasing isolation for women with violent partners, separating them from the people and resources that can best help them. It's a perfect storm for controlling violent behavior, and that too behind closed doors. And in parallel, as health systems are stretching to breaking points, domestic violence shelters are also reaching full capacity. And this is a service deficit that is being made worse when centers are repurposed for additional COVID-19 response. Emerging data actually shows an increase in the calls to domestic violence helplines, which is very worrying to hear. And this is happening in many countries since the outbreak of COVID-19. So as the COVID-19 cases continue to strain health services, essential services such as domestic violence shelters and helplines, they've reached full capacity, and a lot more needs to be done to prioritize addressing violence against women in COVID-19 response and recovery efforts. Some measures like the lockdown, for example, which are intended to mitigate the pandemic, did a lot to fuel gender-based violence. Women face increased vulnerability and dependence since there was a massive collapse of micro and small businesses in the private sector. And this resulted, unfortunately, in the sexual exploitation becoming more common practice, as the girl victims were forced to put themselves in harm's way, often in a desperate bid to secure whatever income they could to feed themselves and most of the time their families and other dependents as well. This in turn then gave men with disposable income an upper hand as the pandemic and the economic distress worsened. And the process therefore introduced new power dynamics between men and women. Okay, so going back to the shadow pandemic, sorry, I veered a little bit off topic there. Development actors around the world coined the term shadow pandemic to describe the growing rates of violence against women and girls amid the COVID-19 pandemic. So some of the key characteristics of the shadow pandemic disproportionately affecting women include sexual reproduction, health rights and services not being well articulated to them, an increase in unplanned pregnancies and child marriage cases, like we discussed before, food shortages, and in some cases, unfortunately, even starvation. It's unbelievable that this happens in this day and age still. Lost livelihoods, and of course, as we know, sexual violence. UN Women, the United Nations entity dedicated to gender equality and empowerment of women, launched the Shadow Pandemic public awareness campaign to bring global focus to the global increase in domestic violence amid the COVID-19 health crisis. So if not dealt with, this shadow pandemic will also add to the economic impact, overall economic impact of COVID-19. And the global cost of violence against women had been previously estimated at approximately 1.5 million, is it million? Trillion, sorry, 1.5 trillion US dollars. And I think it's safe to say that if the figure can, it's safe to say that the figure can only be rising as the violence increases now and continues also in the aftermath of the pandemic. So in conclusion, as we look at recommendations to deal with the situation, we need to see to it that all central and local governments make the prevention and redress of violence against women a key part of their national and local response plans for COVID-19 going forward. Three fairly simple ways that the local democracies can secure quick wins is by, in my opinion, number one, ensuring that women gain their agency, which is the ability to identify goals and make choices to act upon them. Two, one of the strongest responses would be to facilitate women's participation in economic decision-making, because at the end of the day, we know what's best for us. We must not only survive the coronavirus, but emerge renewed with women as a powerful force at the center of recovery. One of the best ways to achieve this is to enable women to have equitable access to political opportunities and positions of leadership as well. So with all that being said, I will come to the end of my presentation, and I'll thank you very much for being a part of it and giving me the time of your day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nicole. I think it's been a very interesting presentation, and it is indeed so important to understand the forms of gender-based violence and to understand that it can go way beyond physical violence, and to understand the risks that we have in this regards during the pandemic. Now it is time for the question and answer session. I'm sure that our participants will have some questions for you. So I would like to ask our participants to raise their hand, and we would unmute you to ask a question, or alternatively, if you prefer to do so, you can write your question in chat and we could read it. So, any questions to Nicole about the presentation and about the key issues that she has just discussed? Maybe what we could do is that we could allow participants to discuss the issues in the breakout rooms. And once we come back for the plenary, then you could also join us to answer some of the questions that participants might have.
I think that's a very good idea. We'll just give them some time to think about what we discussed, and then based on that, come up with a few questions that they feel that they wanted to have clarified.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the participants will be now divided into breakout rooms, into groups. It is a random division. And we would encourage you that after you introduce yourselves to each other, make sure that someone volunteers to take brief notes on what has been discussed. And also another person volunteers to facilitate the group so that everyone who wants to contribute gets an opportunity to do so. You will have 15 minutes in breakout rooms to discuss the questions. And then after that, we will meet back in plenary for reflection. so that we will ask you to share with us what you have discussed. And also, as we have mentioned, we will have Nicole to answer any questions that you might have after the discussion. On the screen, you see now the questions that we would like you to discuss in breakout rooms. So the first question is, which quick wins can your municipality focus on to change the gender-based violence situation in your municipality? And another question is, how useful is it in your municipality for policymakers to conduct regular analysis on the root causes and contributing factors of GBV? So take a few minutes to also write down these questions, and then we'll send you to the breakout rooms to discuss these questions amongst yourselves. And we will be back for the plenary session when we will ask you what has been discussed, and you will be able to share your ideas and key discussion points. So let me once again repeat the questions. Which quick wins can your municipality focus on to change the gender-based violence situation in your municipality? And how useful is it in your municipality for policymakers to conduct regular analysis on the root causes and contributing factors of GBV?
I think so. Thank you, Anna. And now we are ready to send out the participants in the breakout rooms. And Nikolai will also post the questions in the chat. So the rooms will now be opened for everyone to join. Jag förstår inte riktigt.
Yes, thank you, Anne. Hi, can you hear me?
Are you not? You can't talk to each other. Amen. Okay, so you're writing to each other. Okay, the technician is trying to solve this.
So now I can speak. Can you hear me?
Now you can speak.
Kwani wewe umeingia? So tayari umeshaani.
Hello, Tim. Is being discussed?
We have not discussed.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope that you had interesting discussion with your colleagues in breakout rooms. So now we would like you to invite to share with us what have you discussed and some reflections about the questions that you were discussing together with your colleagues. So anyone who would like to share with us your reflections and opinions, please do so. Please use raise hands option or just unmute yourself. Rachel?
For us from group 1, we had challenges with the audio, so we're not able to discuss and we couldn't unmute. So we had that challenge.
Okay, so is there something that you would like to share with us, you personally, what you think about the questions that were posed for the discussion?
Are you able to beam the questions again?
Pardon me?
Are you able to beam the questions again?
So the breakout room questions were, which quick wins can your municipality focus on to change the GBV situation in your municipality? And another question was, how useful is it in your municipality for policymakers to conduct regular analysis on the root causes and contributing factors of GBV? So maybe we can now listen to Carol, who would like to share with us what they have discussed in breakout room. Carol? Carol Ayema. Then we have Yelena Mihailovich and Anna Moshe. So maybe if...
Can you hear me? Hi.
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we were trying to discuss in the room number 4, but we also had some technical issues because we were all unmuted. And we, in the last, I think, 5 minutes, tried to answer the first question. And we started the discussion, and Kanye, maybe he can add something, that the most important thing is to have the institutional support. For example, a person who is a gender local point, as it is in Tanzania, and it's also the fact in Serbia, that there is a person who is responsible for gender equality and everything. And my opinion is that it's not enough to just to have a person, then is to have the institutional support and connections with other institutions as social health, police, and etc. But we could not have discussion proper. So that is it. Maybe Kenya and the others in our chat room can add something on that.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, it is indeed very important to have institutional support in this regard. Maybe we can hear more from the breakout room participants separately, since you didn't get a chance to discuss with your colleagues throughout these 15 minutes. So next we have Anna Mushi.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Hi, everyone. I joined late and I was in a group where we couldn't discuss because we weren't able to unmute ourselves. So I'll share my own views and experience. Yeah. So I come from Tanzania, and I think my colleague should be able to add. So in Tanzania, we already have a system where at a council level, we have the Department for community, I would say for community development, or rather we have someone who is like a community development coordinators, yeah? And one of the things that are in charge of is for the gender issues. So we already have that. But at the same time, we do have the National Action Plan for violence against women. And it is very clear and articulative on the role of the government, the role of stakeholders and partners. So that enabling environment is already there. So to me, it's really about first capitalizing the opportunity because those people are already there, clearly articulated even at the local government level, at the central government level, in terms of the relevant ministry, that the gender machinery. So for us, it's really to capitalize on that. But also we do have partners who are working on the gender-based violence. These are the women rights NGOs, NGOs that are focusing on youth. So we can capitalize on that and really bring that change in our municipalities. We also have the social welfare, like the structure from the national up to the council level. And we have the social welfare officers at the council level. And one of the things they're in charge of, for example, is the welfare of the children, including the working on issues related to violence against children. And we do have UNICEF Tanzania that have invested a lot, including creating the task force, starting from the council level up to their village level. The level of the functionality of this task force, that's another question, but that structure is already there. So we do have those opportunities. So what we really need is, as change makers, to have that deeper understanding, passion, very clear, articulative about our purpose, and capitalize on what is existing. Plus, a lot of studies have been done on gender-based violence, yeah? So yeah, so to me, I think the vehicle is already there. It's up to us. Thanks.
Yes, thank you so much, Anna. Indeed, having a structure and also partner international development organizations is very important, but indeed what you need is change makers to actually make change. So next is Rajka Vujovic, if I pronounce the name correctly. Rajka, please unmute yourself.
Unmute, good. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, everyone. I was in a group with Tafi, Samuel, and Gwen. I believe Zambia, Botswana, and Tanzania. And we were practical, more practical, and we were thinking about more local level solutions. So what we had from ideas is to engage social medias and try to use that as a tool in promoting of gender-based violence, and especially to try to engage some social media influencers to speak about that problem. Then there was idea to, at the local level in our communities, in our municipalities, to organize public dialogues and gather around people from communities to listen to speakers from politics, as those speakers who are recognized local political leaders to speak against those. Sorry, that's my cat. Then we were speaking about that we need to engage men and boys in local again in elementary schools. For example, we think that we need to start speaking against gender-based violence right immediately in the schools, and we would engage the men and boys to promote to speak against gender-based violence, so that way we can create a generation of new generations who will support women. And the last one, no, that's all. So we were focusing on that informations need to be shared among the municipality members more frequently, and practically that's all our idea. ideas. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you made very interesting and important points and very clear points after your group discussion. So we can move to next presenter. It's Andrew Temple. I would like to ask Andrew to share the opinions of and the points that have been discussed in the breakout room. Andrew?
So much. I was in group 2 with Icaro, although we took time for us to unmute ourselves, so we just have to very few points which we came up with Icaro. She's in Kenya, I'm in Zambia. On question number 1, the quick wins for us, we have said that we have some groups within our municipalities or within our districts, but they need to be strengthened. They lack strength. They were there some time back, they are there up to now, but they're not doing enough to change the scenario concerning gender-based violence. So that these groups, existing groups, we need to strengthen them. What they need is they lack, of course, resources, be it human and financial resources, which they need to have for them to tackle the issue of gender-based violence. The other point is enhancing data capture. If we do regular data capture within our municipalities or within our communities, we'll be able to change, to see where are we in terms of fighting against gender-based violence. So we need to have regular data capturing data for us to measure where are we moving forward or we're still static, and what if they are still on the same position, what is the cause, and how can we change this scenario? Then on question number 2 is, yes, it is useful for municipalities to have policies to conduct regular analysis on the causes, but in municipalities, for instance, in my country, we have politicians, one of them at ward level, we have at municipalities, and I've interacted with them. They are there, but they don't do enough. They come, for instance, council chambers, they discuss in council chambers, it ends in council chambers, not taking them out to implement or to help the communities. So policymakers are there, but they don't do enough. We need policies which can enforce issues so that we are able to address this. And we should conduct a regular analysis by, as I mentioned from first point, collecting data. This data will help us to make decisions, or help the policymakers to make decisions with them and I. It also starts with me together with the policymakers. So in short, policymakers, they are not doing enough. We need to help policymakers, not just on the paper, but also practical issues have to be done. Sorry, we need to have enough because of time.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Andrew, for sharing this. Indeed, very important points that you have shared with us about the resources, about the data, and actual implementation of the policies. So we have the final, the last participant about this topic to share the reflections. It's Abubakar Rehani. I'd like to ask Abubakar to unmute. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Anna. I was in group 1 with Anna Moshi, but unfortunately we didn't discuss, as Anna said. So I joined hand with what Anna has been said. I also come from Tanzania. So in Tanzania, the structure is there, as Anna said, and also maybe to add, we have a very good system through the police gender desk. We have more than 400 gender desk police offices in the country. But I think the problem is the applicability on how the coordination of all the partners, the National Plan of Action and protection committees, to make sure all these structures are functional. So I think it's a high time for the gender focal or GBV focal person at the council level to strengthen coordination with other partners, but also for, to ensure that we have these ongoing community dialogues, which brings together the different people in the community, including men and boys and power holders and community gatekeepers, to ensure that they discuss the issues related to power imbalance and gender-based violence, and discuss the council or municipal level solutions. With this, I think we can handle the situation, in particular a council area, or in particular a local setting. So thank you. This is my contribution.
Thank you so much. I would like also to read some of the comments that have been shared through chat by our participants. Elizabeth has shared with us that my municipality can continuously engage the community through regular talk shows and players skits focusing on GBV. Samuel also commented that to create community awareness of gender-based violence and to build capacity of community leaders and staff on how to handle and refer cases of gender-based violence through training and all relevant procedures and laws, learning good practices in handling gender-based violence from partnership municipalities. And also from Gwen, we have structures and policies in place, but we need to move to making the GBV fight not just to be for specific groups, but it needs to be fused into the way of life of people. We need a participatory approach. So this is a final comment from our participants after the breakout session. So if Nicole would like to summarize somehow all these opinions, I would hand over to Nicole and Joe now.
All of your feedback was really, really insightful, and I appreciate you guys taking the time to deliberate it and give it a lot of thought. And this is not only educational for yourselves, but for us as well, because you pinpointed, a lot of things that we might have ordinarily missed if we hadn't involved you in the discussion groups. So for that, we're very thankful, and we obviously have a lot to think about, and we will take that into consideration. And once again, we thank you for participating in this seminar with us, and thank you very much. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nicole. I think it's been a very interesting session. And now I'd like to hand over to Joe.
Anna, thank you very much for the moderation there, and thank you to all the participants for the great participation there. I want to give a really sound applause to Nicole. I think she did very well in helping us through our opening session. Now, it is my pleasure, my absolute pleasure, to introduce to you our second guest speaker. She is called Sini Ramo. She's a global gender equality expert and the founder and CEO of Global Equality Matters, which is a consultancy that is focused on empowering and equipping organizations and individuals to deliver transformative change and meaningful results for gender equality through technical advisory services. Now, Sini has over 12 years of experience in technical implementation on what to do with gender issues in global development, especially with the NGOs, but also with the private sector and international organizations such as the European Union and the United Nations. She has had the opportunity to be widely traveled. She has been in places like Afghanistan, India, Georgia, and many other places. Now, she's very strong in her expertise in terms of gender, as well as research and advisory services. She also has a variety of sectors and thematic areas, including gender-based violence. She has public health and communications, conflict resolution, and peace building. She is well-read. She holds a bachelor's degree in international relations from the University of Sussex and a master's degree in international relations from the London School of Economics. She also has a degree in political science with a focus on gender and feminist approaches. With such a rich background, it is absolutely my pleasure, my absolute unique pleasure to invite Sini Ramo to take us through our next session. Sini, you're very welcome.
Great. Thank you so much, Joe. Thank you for that introduction. Very nice to see all of you here this morning. So I'm going to just be sharing my presentation. I hope it will show. Great. Can you see it okay, full screen?
Yes, we can see. Thank you. Go ahead.
Perfect. So thank you so much, Joe, and thank you, everyone. Very good to see you all here this morning. So my name is Sini Ramo, and in this next 20 minutes of my presentation, I'm going to be covering the topic of advancing women's economic empowerment to curb gender-based violence. So in particular, in the context of COVID-19. And this is what we're going to be covering in the next 20 minutes. So first, we'll explore a little bit about the links between COVID-19, women's economic empowerment, and gender-based violence, just seeing where exactly are the links and how are these connected. And then we're going to cover some case studies or examples from different key areas of women's economic empowerment. So we're going to cover direct income support, support to women-owned businesses, support to women workers with a focus on the informal sector, and then addressing the digital gender gap. So this is the plan for the next 20 minutes. And before we get into the different examples on women's economic empowerment and GBV, just want to spend a little bit of time discussing why crisis actually hit women harder economically. So we know that COVID-19 has really had a disproportionate impact on women and girls around the world. And that's also true in terms of economic empowerment and women's participation in the economy. In general, women tend to have less, they tend to earn less and have fewer savings. And women are also disproportionately more represented in the informal economy. So in the gray economy, for example, working as migrant workers or street vendors, domestic workers. And actually, of all the employment that women are in, 58% of women are working in the informal economy. And there's also regional variations with this. So we know that in sub-Saharan Africa, this figure is even as high as 89%. And then in South Asia, in parts of South Asia, it's actually even higher, like above 90% of women in the informal economy. And women are also overrepresented really in the industries that have been most affected by COVID-19, that have been the hardest hit. So for example, retail industry or textile industry, hospitality, etc. We also know that women have less access to social protection. And this also then links with the fact that we have a lot more women working in the informal economy where they are not protected in any way. They're also more likely to be burdened with unpaid care and domestic work because of existing gender norms and roles. And this also then increases labor force dropout for women during the pandemic and during crisis in general. And also women do make up the majority of single parent households. So there are many different ways in which women are already more vulnerable and more marginalized and therefore more likely to be deeply impacted by crises like the COVID-19. Now, in terms of gender-based violence and women's economic empowerment, these are intrinsically linked. So we know that when women lack economic opportunities, that really increases their vulnerability to experience different forms of gender-based violence. So this is not only domestic violence, but other forms of violence like trafficking, for example, or all the other forms that Nicole covered earlier in her presentation as well. And we do know that when women are not economically independent or empowered, they will also have less chances or less opportunities to leave, for example, abusive relationships or domestic situations where they suffer from violence. And then we also know that gender-based violence impacts women's participation in the labor force. So it also impacts decreasing women's economic empowerment and participation in the economy. So this link really goes both ways. And it's really important, like when we are talking about gender-based violence, women's economic empowerment, that we have a root cause approach to this issue of women's economic empowerment. So what I mean by that is that we're not only focusing on issues like vocational training for women or capacity building for women and training women and having these kind of quick fix solutions or kind of short-term focused activities to advance economic empowerment, but we really need to understand the issue from this more structural, systemic sense. So what are the actual barriers that are keeping women from fully participating in the economy and from being empowered? So this has obviously a lot of different components to it. So one, for example, of course, harmful gender norms and roles and relations within our societies, pervasive gender inequality, discriminatory laws and the lack of legal protection for women. Also, unpaid household work is something that really impacts women a lot more. We already knew before the pandemic, women were doing 3 times more of unpaid work around the home, caretaking work and childcare work and household chores than men, for example, globally. Then, of course, in terms of having gender gaps in access to control over financial assets and digital assets as well. So it's very important that we have this understanding of the deeper structural causes around gender inequality when we're talking about women's empowerment. And another very important issue here is to have an intersectional approach to this. So really to understand that women are vulnerable, women and girls are vulnerable in many different ways. So other issues that are factors that really impact women's marginalization in the economy, for example, like their ethnicity or race, socioeconomic status, disability status, sexual gender identity. So many different factors that also come into play and that really influence. So important to keep in mind that women and girls are not all in the same way disadvantaged, and that also requires us to have solutions and to have that understanding and analysis when we're talking about women's economic empowerment. Now here, I've just gathered some of those key components on women's economic empowerment. Obviously, there are many different factors that come into play when we're talking about empowering women in the economy. But in today's presentation, in the upcoming 15 minutes, we're going to dive deeper in 6 of these areas, covering some examples for these as well. So for example, decent work opportunities, property and assets, financial inclusion, vocational life skills and education, digital inclusion, and also access and control of women over productive resources. And in the next examples that I'm going to provide around some of these key topics, I also invite you to really think for yourself as well within your organization or municipality or your context, what kind of measures could be taken really to advance women's economic empowerment and to tackle gender-based violence at the same time. So as we're going through the examples, already good to think around this topic, because we will be discussing it also further in the breakout rooms later. So one particular aspect of women's economic empowerment is direct income support to women. So this generally comes in the format of economic support packages or something like tangible support on women's practical needs. So this can be like direct cash transfers or expanded unemployment benefits or tax breaks to women and women entrepreneurs. So these are generally like very kind of short term, but addressing immediate needs of women. And here are some examples. For example, UN Women in Nepal, in May 2020, so pretty much right as the pandemic was unfolding, they set up this specific relief package system where they were providing kind of cash-based support to women in the informal economy and women entrepreneurs. And in this particular relief package, local governments were prioritizing the most marginalized communities and women. So for example, survivors of gender-based violence, single-parent households, ethnic minorities, women living with disabilities, but also women living with HIV/AIDS, for example. So they were really doing an analysis of who are the most disadvantaged and then targeting that relief package for women in these situations. Another example, the government of Thailand provided 3-month allowances to support informal workers who were not covered by social insurance. And this was if they were registering with one of the state-owned banks. So this is very kind of immediate short-term support when we're talking about direct income support. Then in terms of supporting women-owned businesses, so this also can consist of different kind of activities. So for example, providing specific grants or stimulus funding or loans that are targeted to women-owned businesses within the communities. It can also mean easing tax burdens for women entrepreneurs, and then practicing something we call gender responsive procurement. So this means that we're having a very targeted focus on advancing gender equality and increasing women's participation in procurement processes. So for example, buying from women-owned businesses, doing like really targeted sourcing and buying from women vendors. And then, for example, developing different procurement databases where women service providers or product providers or retailers are included in a database to kind of ease this kind of sourcing, single sourcing from targeted women businesses. Then also the supporting women-owned businesses can be in terms of economic relief to target sectors and industries. So really, again, doing the analysis to see where, in which sectors and industries are women more represented. So this can be, for example, the textile industry in many places, or hospitality, etc. But of course, depending on the specific context. Here are some examples of what this has looked like in different countries supporting women-owned businesses. UN Women in West Africa, they set up an advisory service where they were retraining women who were generally working in agricultural value chains, but they were retraining them to produce soap and hand disinfectants and like other equipment that was very much needed, especially when the pandemic hit. Then in Malawi and in Uganda, they were providing sanitation and hygiene and personal protective equipment to women farmers, and again targeting informal workers to support them in their economic activities. In Georgia, there was, as an example of this gender responsive procurement that we mentioned, a financial services company made this decision to purchase face masks from women entrepreneurs. So again, doing this kind of targeted sourcing of products that are needed and services that are needed, but really targeting women-owned businesses in the process. And then in South Africa, there was this activity that I also mentioned earlier of supporting a database of women-owned enterprises. So sourcing together all the service providers or product providers in a particular setting to have that database ready then when doing procurement, whether it's a business organization or for the government, but doing this kind of gender responsive procurement that has a particular goal and target to empower women-owned businesses. Then in terms of supporting women workers, specifically focusing on the informal sector, this is also very important and a very important aspect if we talk about women's economic empowerment. Then this could look like, for example, investing in gender responsive social protection systems. So for example, increasing access to childcare services for employees, and also sharing information about gender-based violence support services. So about existing hotlines or helplines or crisis centers or shelters, etc. And then in terms of providing caregivers with paid leave and flexible working arrangements. And there's actually this, what you see in the picture, this WEP, Women's Empowerment Principles. These are a set of principles that are devised by UN Women and the Global Compact. And this actually provides a lot of very good examples of activities that companies can do in terms of how to better support women workers. One second, there's a pop-up on the breakout rooms. Yes, so it's good to check out this WEP, Women's Empowerment Principles. Although they're meant for corporations in particular, they do break out different activities and suggestions on how to better support women and how to advance women's inclusion and safety in different workplaces and how to really increase women's participation. And then another very important component is public awareness campaigns that are really aimed at transforming harmful gender stereotypes. So, for example, really focusing on transforming this idea about caretaking responsibilities belonging only to women or girls. So really having campaigns that are really promoting this idea of equal caretaking, equal parenting responsibilities, and of course, then raising awareness about gender-based violence through different media in the process, and really then focusing on this unraveling of harmful gender norms and roles in the process, kind of focusing on this deeper structural change. Then in terms of the digital gender gap, we know that around the world, women are 50% less likely to access the internet than men. And this divide is actually even wider in many of the developing economies. So there's also a huge variation with this. But we do know that with COVID-19, this issue of moving into the digital space and really moving economies also to the digital space on different apps or online and different systems, this has become even increasingly more important in this context. So what is needed here is to support women and provide technical support and advice on the use of mobile money, on internet banking, and then really using digital platforms to enable women to be able to continue their operations in the COVID context. And then sharing information, for example, about gender-based violence, support service information online as well. Because as Nicole mentioned in her presentation, we know that the access to particular services for GBV survivors has become even increasingly difficult during the pandemic. So a lot of the survivors also now rely on having these services provided to them online through phones or through the internet or through different applications. So this has become even now increasingly important and urgent to really start building this infrastructure better. And here, what is very important is also increasing training and other capacity building on digital technologies. So it's not also enough just to kind of provide the equipment or overall infrastructure, but really it has to go hand in hand with targeted capacity building and training on the use of digital technologies. And here are some examples as well on how organizations have really tackled this digital gender gap in different settings. In Mali, there is a platform, online platform called Buy from Women. And during COVID-19, this was really expanded from only focused on agriculture as it was to really cover other sectors that were really needed during the pandemic. So this also included things like producing personal protective equipment or hand sanitizers and face masks and these kind of really necessary economic purchases. Then also supporting mobile-enabled access to information and services and connecting providers and producers to supply chains through online methods. In Nepal, there was a particular new app that was developed really to promote access to e-commerce for women entrepreneurs and producers in a particular setting. And again, obviously with all of this, what's really important is to then couple these activities with the appropriate training and equipping also of women. Now, in terms of just to wrap up, the key takeaways, what is really, really important to highlight when we are talking about gender-based violence and advancing women's economic empowerment is that these are intrinsically linked. So they go hand in hand. So it's very, very important to understand that if we want to address gender-based violence and reduce gender-based violence, we also need to advance women's empowerment, and economic empowerment is an important part of this. Also, it's important to remember that there are broader benefits, really. When we invest in women in the economy, we know it's going to be creating healthier, more stable, safer societies and families and communities for everyone. So when we invest in women's education or skills and empowerment, it does have this snowball effect where it really does impact development outcomes more broadly as well. And this goes also even beyond COVID-19. Then it's also very important that we keep in mind the kind of structural approach to this issue. So really we need societal change, structural change in harmful gender norms and roles and relations and stereotypes, and really to address those structural barriers that are keeping women from economic participation and that are perpetuating cycles of violence against women and girls. And then finally, just to really highlight that the effects of this pandemic, we know that they are going to be the most severe, or they have been the most severe for those who are the most vulnerable and marginalized. So we also need to have an intersectional approach when we tackle this issue around women's economic empowerment and gender-based violence, really understanding how other factors like race or ethnicity or socioeconomic status or disabilities, how that all influences and how we can best tackle that. Then in terms of for the breakout rooms that we will be going into after this, there are two questions to discuss here. The first one being, what measures could you implement within your municipality, or maybe it's your organization or in your local context, to advance women's economic empowerment or to address gender-based violence? And what do you think would be the most effective in your particular context and why? So kind of an exchange of views on what you think, even based on the examples that we have covered in this presentation, what do you think might actually work and reap the best benefits? And the second question is, what challenges do you see in the way of advancing women's economic empowerment and curbing gender-based violence in your context? And then how would you already think about starting to tackle these challenges before starting to set out for any interventions? So these are the two questions that we have for you. And with that, I thank you all for your participation, and very great to see so many of you from all different countries as well this morning. And thank you very much, Joe and Anna, and over to you.
Thank you very, very, very much, Cindy. That is a very insightful presentation. We expected to be blown away, and indeed we have been absolutely blown away. I've seen a lot of the comments coming in, and everybody's asking, we want the presentation. Thank you very much for that. Big round of applause to you. Now, participants, Cindy has provided two questions. Those questions will be put up again on the screen. But in the meantime, we will take a 5-minute break, and then we will come back and go into the breakout rooms where we will have time to discuss the questions that have been set up by Cindy. And at this point, I would like to invite Anne Shefalianda, who is one of our resident experts in interactive resting, relaxing sessions. Anne, if you can floor is yours.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Joseph, and thank you, Sini, and thank you all participants so far. So we actually skipped a short break before your session, Sini. But I really think that we need to everyone that wants to take part in this short health break, just 3-4 maximum
Sorry,
5 minutes.
Sorry, Anne.
Yes?
Can we ask Eric to improve your volume?
Okay, I need to have a higher volume. Thank you. And we're also
Yes.
going to have some really
Excellent.
nice disco high life music in the background here. And also, Eric, can you put all the participants on one of my screens over here so I can see everyone? Because we're going to start a movement. I mean, we're already, all of us, part of a great movement here. All the participants and alumni in ICLD community. So the music is coming up. The music is soon, I can hear the music coming. It's soon coming. Now it's coming. And we're going to start a movement. I can see Anna Mushi, my new friend in Tanzania. So we're going to start a movement. So this is the first part of the movement. A bit more volume, please. So this is the first part of the movement. And anyone who wants to take on the lead, what is the next way of the movement?
Come on, everybody. Come on,
oh, I can see some clapping. That is the next part of the movement.
Let's do the new dance.
So please turn on your cameras.
Come on, let's do the new dance.
So then I see something like this.
You gotta get up.
So we're all part of a big movement.
Let's do the
We need a movement to change,
Let's do the
to be the change we want to see. Oh, now I see something like this.
disco highlight. Do it, do it.
Disco highlight.
Do it, do it.
So everyone who wants to be part of this movement, get up on your feet or sit on your chair. Oh, I see something like this now. And I see Cleopatra in Kenya.
Shake your body to the new dance.
She's also joining the
Your
movement.
body to
And
the
Samuel
new
Miro.
dance. Enjoy yourself and be happy.
Hello, Samuel.
Enjoy yourself and be happy. Let's do the disco highlight.
And Anna Kebadze.
Let's do the
Arms
disco
high above.
highlight. Everybody do it.
And Joseph.
Disco highlight.
Gracie, hello.
Disco highlight.
Hello.
Do it, do it, do it. Disco
Hey,
highlight.
Gracie, what kind of movement do you want to have? Oh, okay, thank you, friends. Thank you. Oh, that felt good. Oh, it's so good to get the system going. Thank you. So now I'm going to hand over again to Joe and Anna and Sini. Thank you for joining in the movement. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Anne. I was here trying to catch your eye because I had some serious movement. And I just had to expend them. But thank you. That was a brilliant break. Excellent, excellent. And now we can go into our breakout rooms, and our technicians are going to help us to assign each of us breakout rooms. Remember, we have the questions which will also appear up on our screens for the breakout discussions. We will have 15 minutes in the breakout rooms. The most important part about the breakout rooms is the participation. We strongly encourage that one or two of people should volunteer to be facilitators. We as the team do not wish to take control of your breakout rooms because we want free interaction. We want you to really deliberate on the questions and feel free to exchange ideas, because that is what cross-pollination is all about. So please enjoy the breakout rooms. We'll see you back in 15 minutes. presentation.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Andrew, can we start?
Yeah, we can. Sorry, it was.
It's okay. I was unable to unmute for a second, but that has been sorted.
Yes, Carol.
Yeah, I can hear.
Raika, can you hear us? Hello, Raika, do you hear us?
Hi.
Yes?
Hello.
Okay,
Yes, I do
so
hear.
now you're unmuted. Can you hear your colleague?
I can see. Colleague Samuel, can you hear me? Can you speak? Taffy?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay,
Okay.
there's Samuel and Nansukusa. Okay, so now you need to keep yourself unmuted so you can keep on the discussion.
Yes, thank you, Anna.
You're welcome. Sorry for the technical issues.
No problem.
Have a good discussion.
Thank you, thank you.
Okej, nästa rum.
Yes, I'm saying if we can increase
digital market and everything. So that is my opinion. We did a little research on women's economic position in Serbia, for example.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back from your breakout room discussions. I hope you had beautiful deliberations on the questions. We have Sini, who is ready to engage with us on the discussions that you've had in the breakout rooms. What would be the most effective measures you could implement in your municipality to advance women's economic empowerment? And the second one was, what challenges do you see in the way of advancing women's economic empowerment and curbing GBV in your context? So, Anna, I think you did an excellent job in selecting our participants who have questions. Do you see anybody who has some questions for Sini?
Yes, I see that Carol would like to share with us. Four questions for Sini.
Yeah, just for me, I was looking at the presentation that Sini had made, really speaks to the intersection between GBV and we. But I'm just wondering, in the context of the environment we are at now with COVID, what are some of those key decisions or strategies that we can take up to also address the vulnerabilities that young girls have been exposed to, you know, because we now have young girls who are now exploited into child labor, and at the same time, they're also exploited sexually, so as then to boost the livelihoods of the family. What are some of your thoughts on how we can address this? Because it's really an issue of concern. Then just to respond to the question that had been given, representing Andrew from Zambia, for us, one of the things that we looked at was, in as much as we have tailored interventions that are currently in place to address the informal sector, what we've realized is that these resources are not directed to women-owned businesses. So they are blanket solutions that are posted out there, but in what way can we also engage our governments to ensure that these financial incentives or economic stimulus incentives are targeted to the women entrepreneurs? Thank you.
Cindy, you can just go right ahead with that. Thank you very much, Carol.
Great, thank you so much. Very important questions, and I'm sure good discussions that you had in your breakout rooms. And I absolutely agree with what you said about gender-based violence in terms of maybe not enough resources have been given to it in the context of the COVID-19 response and recovery. And I think one of the key issues really is that we need to already think of GBV prevention and response in the actual kind of crisis and pandemic preparedness plans, and then also in the response and recovery. So it has to be considered like an essential service and an essential part of the package of interventions. But what we have seen now, what has happened around the world, unfortunately, again, with COVID-19 and other similar health emergencies, that it's kind of an afterthought. Like we already know that gender-based violence, it was a pandemic also before the pandemic. So it has been, as was already discussed earlier, it is a widespread human rights violation affecting women and girls around the world, but still it has not been adequately embedded already from the very beginning. So it often comes up as this kind of afterthought or something that we try to think about after. But I think what you also mentioned is very important there, is to have this holistic approach. So this is not, I mean, in this presentation, we were discussing in particular women's economic empowerment, but it is also something that has to be a multi-sectoral approach if we really want to tackle the root causes of violence and then to empower communities and individuals and to actually eliminate violence against women and girls. So it has to be something that really brings together all the different key sectors and also increases the coordination between sectors. So with the police and security sector, with the legal sector, with psychosocial aid, with the health sector. So there are so many different actors that come into place. Of course, there's never any kind of a quick fix solution. And the issues around economic empowerment and the different examples, these are just obviously one small part of the puzzle of what needs to happen. But I think you're absolutely right. There needs to be more of this really key thinking already in advance in the preparedness phase for emergencies and crises and pandemics on how can we really secure those who are going to be most vulnerable and marginalized already within the society.
Thank you, Sini. Excellent response. Do we have any other questions for Sini? Maybe a short one, because we have 3 minutes in which to engage. Anybody with a question?
Joe, we have one question from Andrew from Zambia on chat. So the question is, how do we mainstream women into financial systems?
Thank you, Andrew of Zambia. Sini, can you wrap up in 2-3 minutes on that one?
Sure, of course. Again, a very, very big topic and a big question. I think, well, there's like two ways to think of it. So if we think like the issue of mainstreaming, so one is like mainstreaming gender into economic processes and financial systems, and then increasing women's meaningful participation in these systems. So it kind of needs this two-pronged approach where we talk about mainstreaming gender equality. So how can we actually advance gender equality in all the different financial systems and in the kind of different economic cycles at the different stages. So that's kind of the mainstreaming angle, but then we also need to have targeted interventions and we need to increase women's participation. And I think it's kind of a larger question to answer in only a minute, but in the presentation that we covered earlier, there were particular examples there. So it all does need to start from this increasing women's agency and empowerment and their ability to make decisions for themselves and their families. So there's so many factors that come into that. Awareness raising, changing harmful norms and roles. Legislation is part of it. So it has to have this structural, more holistic approach. And then having kind of targeted schemes, for example, on like financial inclusion for women in particular settings, and really also trying to break these stereotypes. Because often if we're thinking of including women in finance or in economic activities, we tend to reproduce stereotypes while we do it. So we are often thinking of something like vocational training on sewing or cooking or something that is already kind of a low-paid job in the first place, and that is already very much part of the whole feminized poverty. So it also has to, if we're doing these targeted schemes and activities, also really need to think how can we start breaking these gender stereotypes and barriers that are actually keeping women more in poverty.
Sini, we have 1 minute and I think we should utilize this. Anna, do you see any other questions that Sini could handle in 1 minute?
Not questions, but we have two comments and perhaps I will read them loud. From Douglas, we have comment that decentralization is the way to go. Full engagement and empowerment of women support groups at local level will promote inclusiveness of the vulnerable and marginalized. And from Samuel, we have a few challenges. Limited technical capacity to handle GBV issues, weakness in the regulatory framework, corruption among the implementing agencies, inadequate resources, and lack of political will. Churches, like in Africa, can be one arm that can help identify and engage women because most victims of GBV are handled and known by church leaders. Churches must be fully involved in local governance and empowerment, says Douglas.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Thank you, Anna. Sini, thank you very much for your presentation. Do you have any 1 minute roundup for us?
No, just really want to thank everyone for the active participation, and I hope you had good, fruitful discussions in the breakout rooms. And of course, this topic, as I said, is so broad and it covers so many different aspects. So I'm very excited that the discussion is going to continue in your seminar. And I just really want to thank the ICLD team, all of you, Anna and Joe and Anne, Nikolai and everyone else, and all the other speakers for setting up this wonderful event. It's always great to be able to exchange some good practices and to discuss how we can jointly maybe tackle some of these issues. So thank you all so much, and very good to see all of you.
Thank you, Sini. We have been absolutely, we are absolutely grateful for your presentation and the interaction in terms of the Q&A. And we say goodbye with a lot of gratitude. I must also say that we have one comment from Rachel Temple who says coordination and not working in silos to curb GBV. And Carol also says some of the challenges include fragmented interventions and failure to address the root cause of existing gender inequalities. These impede women's decision-making, access and control to resources, which is very true. And then there's socio-cultural beliefs and norms that perpetuate negative masculinities. Thank you very much for your chat, comments in the chat. And thank you very much, Sini Ramo. Big round of applause to you. You have been excellent in the presentation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce to you our third presenter. She is a doctor, a PhD holder. She's a master's holder, PhD in immunoepidemiology. She holds an MSc in immunology of infectious disease and a BSc in medical biochemistry. Cleopatra Mugenyi is a public health policy and gender expert with over 18 years of experience in sub-Saharan Africa, carrying out research, policy analysis, fundraising, strategic planning, and the development and evaluation of programs. From a start in immunology and epidemiology to her current work in gender, Dr. Mugenyi's broad research experience includes women's economic empowerment and livelihoods, which is absolutely spot on for our seminar here today. She holds a vast array of experience, but most importantly, she leads the ICRW, which is the International Center for Research on Women, where she oversees regional programs and a bench of experts conducting rigorous gender-related research across a number of thematic areas, strengthens the monitoring, evaluation, and research capacities of organizations, disseminates state-of-the-art resource materials, promotes evidence-based advocacy, and works with key stakeholders to develop solutions that address various gender issues in the public and private areas. I would say to you, there's no better person, more equipped, more experienced, more competent to deliver a presentation on reskilling and pivoting for relevance in the new normal than our one Dr. Cleopatra Mugenyi, who now I invite to take the floor. Doctor, over to you.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you all for all the organizers of this webinar for inviting me to present. And it's a pleasure to be meeting all of you virtually, all of you who are attending this. So I am going to now start sharing my screen, and I hope that you can all see it. I hope you can see that.
Yes, we are seeing your screen, so you can just carry on, Doctor.
Okay, great. Thank you. So thank you for that fantastic introduction, Joe. I actually head the ICRW Africa Regional Office, and like I said, it's a pleasure to be here. Now, the title of my talk, when I was given this title, Reskilling and Pivoting for Relevance in the New Normal, I really thought about it and thought about the last couple of years that we've been through, that all of us have gone through, and decided to put new normal in quotation marks. And this is why. So everywhere we get into the pandemic, we're in the pandemic, there are lockdowns, there are shutdowns, travel stops, we work from home, we need to shelter in place, we need to protect our health systems, and everybody starts talking about this new normal, about maybe 5-6 months into the pandemic. Are you ready for the new normal? What is the new normal? What is the future going to be? We will all be wearing masks. We will be socially distanced. We will be working from home. We'll be on Zoom calls all the time. Are you ready for the new normal? This narrative was everywhere. And was this really the new normal for everybody? And these images are here from different places, from different organizations, really looking at this new normal, how are we going to prepare for it? And what was the new normal that everybody was discussing in the press, On blogs, on television, it was like, we will be living isolated lives. We will need to sanitize our hands wherever we go. We will need to be wearing masks. We won't be handling cash. We will be using cards or mobile money. Most of us will be working from home. We will need to disinfect surfaces, and we will not be going into shops because everything will need to be delivered online. This was what everybody was calling the new normal. But was that the reality? Was that new normal the normal everywhere? I disagree, because the reality for billions of people on this globe, there was no change. Life during and after the COVID-19 pandemic is still the same for billions of people on the planet. And for many, especially women, life has become harder. For billions of people on this planet, there was no possibility or option for working from home. There was no option for delivery of your shopping and your groceries at home. There was no possibility of being able to order your groceries online or through your phone. For many people, life just had to go on somehow. And this is why the previous talk by Sini is very important, because the way our governments responded to the pandemic, to protect the health system, to reduce contacts between members of the population, actually affected billions of people on the planet very adversely. So women's precarious situation got worse. And we've had two talks that mention that and that highlight that. We've talked about GBV, we've talked about loss of income. And I'm very happy that I'm following Sini's talk, which was really based a lot around the women in the informal economy, because that's where most women actually work. We know that the informal economy provides employment for 2 billion people. These are low-skilled, low-paying, less stable jobs with low chances of promotion. There are no social protections. And in Africa, the informal economy provides majority of employment opportunities. And then, just like Sini said, women in Africa actually make up more than 80% of the informal economy workforce. So the pandemic and this quote unquote new normal doesn't exist for these people. They needed to go out to do their jobs. They needed to earn a daily wage. But the way our governments implemented lockdowns, implemented, shelter in place, whether it was at markets for market traders in Uganda, whether it was preventing movement of individuals between counties, between districts, between countries. Cross-border trade was affected. It really affected the normality, but where we are now, people are back to doing this normal. This is normal. There is no new normal. We know that the COVID-19 pandemic disproportionately impacted women. We know that the unpaid care work burden increased. We know that women were more vulnerable. And the collapse, and something that we also know, although there is not much data around it, but we see it anecdotally. As far as where Africa is concerned, many workers who were in the formal sector actually even moved into the informal sector with the collapse of many sectors: tourism, hospitality, transport. Many of us here will even be able to attest to driving down the road and suddenly everybody is selling vegetables out of the boots of their cars. So this is movement from the formal economy into the informal economy. So women's precarious situation got worse. And the government responses to aid this recovery often left out many women workers and businesses. And while we might think of women's businesses in urban settings and in urban informal settings, also in rural settings, because agricultural goods maybe couldn't get to market. So there was loss of livelihood there. and the household mapping that was done if there were cash handouts. Many female-headed households actually did not receive, or these single-parent households did not receive these cash transfers. And all of these different social protection responses were often inadequate. So the quote-unquote new normal was the same old, but worse. And for many women who are often in more precarious positions, women who have smaller amounts of savings, women who use their savings to buttress household gaps, whether it's food, whether it's paying for medical expenses, whether it's paying for education, they dug into their savings. So they borrowed from their savings groups. And so we also have a situation where the social safety net, this is the groups, the communities, the families actually suffered also because you also didn't have other people to draw on for help because everybody was suffering. So I argue that there is no new normal. Things have actually gotten worse. So then how did African countries respond to urgent needs? When there was the lockdown, shipping stopped. Only essential goods could cross borders. Flights stopped. Ships stopped at sea. And certain things became very important. PPE. PPEs got priority when it came to shipping and transportation more than other goods, which made sense. But where did most of those PPE go? They did not go to the global south. They actually went to the global north. In fact, finding masks was almost impossible. So many African countries that actually depended on imported PPEs from China, from Asia, had to think about what to do next. Now, African countries in the past decade or two have really been thinking about what they want to achieve for their development in this century. So African countries have their Vision 2030, their 2045, their 2060. And the AU also is really looking at development in the continent and developing our economies. Our economies really based on a lot of agricultural, have a very big agricultural base, but wanting to move from agriculture and also production of raw materials to value addition into manufacturing so that our economies actually have more diversified and are more sustainable for growth. So countries have been talking about manufacturing. Now, this was an opportunity for a lot of African countries. We couldn't get access to PPEs. I know many of us started by making masks out of cloth, distributing them in our communities, using them ourselves. But our governments then said and pivoted and said, we need to manufacture these PPEs as quickly as possible, as locally as possible, as cheaply as possible. So we found factories that had been working in textiles or had been producing other goods pivoted to producing masks, pivoted to producing sanitizer, just like happened in the global north. And there was a ramp up of PPE production, which reduced the price, increased accessibility. Now, these pictures here are examples of African manufacturing of masks and other medical equipment. There are lots of women in the pictures here because I work with ICRW. It is a gender organization, but this is not the norm. Women do not make up the majority of workers in manufacturing because women are generally unskilled. Women are generally in lower paying jobs. And if they are working in manufacturing settings, they are working as cleaners or tea girls, or they have casual contracts. So this pivot that countries made did help with our response to COVID-19. It did open opportunities in a sector that women are a sector where women traditionally are not represented. It did lead to profits for some people who entered these, who responded to these manufacturing needs, but women are still left behind. So what needs to happen to increase women's participation in manufacturing and these non-traditional sectors that are going to become more and more important as we move forward, and as African countries also begin to think about less reliance on foreign or supplies coming from other places, and really beginning to think about how we can be sustainable ourselves. So for women, what do we need to do to reskill women for these new opportunities? And this is really in light of manufacturing, particular to manufacturing as one of the drivers for economic growth. We find that there are many challenges that women face. They cannot exploit their full potential. Whether with policy factors, you find their gender neutral legal and policy frameworks. You find that there's low enrollment and retention of girls and women in STEM courses. At the business or organizational levels, you find that women have low access to capital, limited access to technology and training and advisory services. They have lower or limited access to mentorship opportunities, as well as markets and information. And in these sectors or in these fields where women do not make up the majority, or in these sectors where there is a higher prevalence of men working in these sectors, women tend to be vulnerable to sexual harassment. Then when we actually look at the micro level and think about our communities, our households, our families, we also find that women that have inadequate technical and marketing skills. They may be doing manufacturing, but they don't know on a small level, or be producing, but they don't have the capacity of how to market their products. They have low financial and business management skills. And women, like we say, because of their higher care burden, they tend to have lower risk tolerance. They are working and they are burdened by these triple gender roles. And also the belief that a sector like manufacturing is for men, not for women. So when we think about the women worker of the future for Africa, we need to be thinking about the opportunities that can bridge this gap, that can make her more attractive for these sectors, that can make the sectors more attractive for her, so that she can see a future in these non-traditional sectors. When I say non-traditional sectors, I mean for women. So what should our policymakers be doing? They should be strengthening multi-sectoral stakeholder advocacy and engagement on gender issues, which is something that Sini mentioned. We need to be, again, repeating what Sini said, lobbying for subsidies, tax rebates, and special economic zones. All of these help enrich the ecology that business is carried out in, and make it easier for women-owned businesses to thrive. We need to be thinking about targeted enrollment and retention of women into STEM courses. With sector opportunities, we need to develop innovative women-specific financing products, revise restrictive collateral requirements for finance, again, strengthen mentorship, networking, and training programs, and formalize businesses for growth and sustainability. Because not only are women working in the informal economy, those who are running businesses are also running informal businesses that cannot access opportunities. And we also need to develop online platforms for relevant government services, because something that women often say is, I have a business, I want to formalize it. But the ability to do that is very hard, because governments have an office here, you need to get a license from there, so it's actually not friendly for women to actually formalize their businesses. And often these government offices will be very far away from where the women are. We know that they have reproductive and household duties, but if the only place she can register the business is in a town that's kilometers away, how is she going to get to that? Then for women, we also need to work on building confidence, building agency. We need to help them and enroll in mentorship and networking programs. We need to make these programs accessible to women. Women also we need to change the mindset. When we get more women into STEP, changing the mindset so women can undertake more training in financial and business management. And then something that takes longer, but that needs to happen, is unlearning these traditional cues and cultural norms that limit women's entry in certain fields of work. So finally, building back better. All those things can be done to build back better. While our normal is not quote unquote a new normal, we've really gone back to the way things were. We need to be thinking about rolling out deliberate gender responsive COVID-19 economic recovery plans. And these initiatives need to address the disproportionate impact of the pandemic on women, and also not look at women as a homogeneous monolithic group. Look at them in their diversity, because women will have different needs at different times and in different geographic locations. We need to design and tailor smart economic smart stimulus packages that also include the informal sector where we find most women. And we need to think about funding digital innovation and inclusion mechanisms that enhance access to capital, bring access to markets, bring this information to where the women are, so women are not having to look in diverse and different places for this information. We need to think about how we're going to extend low-cost credits and also increase access to responsive credit, because you will find that while there might be access to credit, when there is a tragedy, when there is an accident, when there is an illness in the family, the credit may not be responsive to the tragedies or the unfortunate events that will befall these women, which would affect their payment plans, etc. We need to develop innovative approaches to building resilience in the informal sector, whether it's in groups, whether it is in free training. We need to come up with ways, because we cannot ignore the informal sector. It will continue to employ millions of us. So how can we build resilience so that if something like this happens again, our small business owners, our micro business owners, our wage workers, our contract workers can actually be able to at least sustain some dignified livelihood through these shocks. And then finally, we need to think about preparing women workers for the future of work. But we should not assume that the future of work is the same everywhere. What may be the future of work in the United States or in Australia may not be the future of work in Kenya. So we need to prepare our women for the future of work that is in a way that is contextually relevant. Thank you. Over to you, Joe.
Oh, thank you very, very, very much, Cleopatra. Your presentation has been extremely enriching in terms of the content and the information. And we are very happy to have, made the selection to have you make this presentation. I was absolutely sure prior to your presentation that you were the right person, but you've nailed it head on. Thank you very, very, very much.
Thank you.
Yes. Now, our question specialist, Anna. Do we see any questions for Cleopatra?
Not yet, Joe, but I think that we can hand over to Anne now to invite participants for a survey.
Yes, thank you.
Then we can take some questions also from the participants, but over to you, Anne.
Yes, thank you, Cleopatra, and thank you also Joe and Anna. First, I would like to turn to you, Cleopatra. Thank you very much for this food for thoughts, really. I think that your presentation and your thoughts and ideas really, I think it really might have caused some healthy reactions with all of us participants. And I don't think that it's all about semantics. So I really think that this is something that made all of us think a little bit about these issues. And I think we will give each and everyone a little bit of time to integrate what we have just been listening to. So we will do like we have been doing this morning. We will not go over to the Q&As straight away. And we have also planned this together with you, Cleopatra. So we will do a little survey before we take the questions. So we will now once again go to Menti. And we will repeat the Menti code. The Menti code is you go to menti.com. And all of us, we use the code 25680068. And we have a question for you prepared, closely connected to Cleopatra's presentation. And we can go to that one now, because when we see the first question here, we also see the code, hopefully. No, it's very small. But the question now is there a new normal that women are facing in the local municipality labor landscape? So you go to Menti on the code 25680068. And the question is there a new normal that women are facing in the local municipality labor landscape? And you have three options here. It's yes, no, or maybe. Här är den mycket mer uppdaterad hos mig. Här kommer in massor med frågor, massor med mera svar. Varför gör inte det hos dig? Okej, bra. Och jag ser 38%, jag ser en procentsats också. Okej. Åtta. So it's 8 answers so far. Hope that more people are joining slowly. Is there really a new normal? Cleopatra, you think not. But is the new normal a harder life? Is that a kind of a new normal? Looks like not everyone is participating because it's going really slowly, rising number. I know that we are about 27 participants now, only 10 joining for this question. 11. So keep on answering this question, what you think. So some of you think it's a yes. The answer is yes to this question. Some of you say no. Some of you say maybe. So when we discussed this earlier, me and Cleopatra, we decided to have the maybe answer as well. But we also wanted you to then, if you, so the second question, now you can move on to the second question related to this. So Cleopatra and me, we really want you to justify your answer. So why did you answer yes, no, or maybe to this? If you think there is a new normal, how is that? Why do you think there is a new normal on the local landscape? And if you don't think so, why is that? And if you are a little bit ambiguous to this, how do you reason? And this is an open answer. We're a little bit curious what you think about this. Och nu kommer den där. Hur kan den komma? Okay. Yes, because the way of work is heavily reliant on technology. Nu får du uppdatera igen. There is no new normal. Things has actually getting worse, as you have been putting forward, Cleopatra. In my municipality, most of the business have closed and women have to look for new jobs, requiring them to have new skills. No, there's really nothing new for the women, as the pandemic has just exacerbated and brought for new challenges. Women have to continue the experience in their relationships, labor force, participation, decision making, etc. Yes, because the space for illiterate business people is shrinking daily. The internet is the future. Yeah, we can see here, Cleopatra, the answers are really on the whole scale, from yes and no to maybe. So, what do you think, Cleopatra? You recognize the answers, right, from your daily experience as well?
Yes, I do. And it is both. It is really both. And it is yes, it is no, it is maybe. But I think the idea and also the belief that everything has also moved to technology, it may also be a somewhat optimistic view, because our economies and the way that Africans are fed, it's the food from the market. So the agricultural system has not changed during after the pandemic. The issues that women in agriculture are facing are still the same. While we may be using our mobile phones more and we may be delivering maybe, let's say I'm using vegetables from your stall to someone's house more than we did in the past, the underlying, the foundational needs, food, shelter, health, education, these have not changed. And in fact, there is more of a strain on the woman. There's more of a burden on the woman. When kids are not in school, it's usually the woman who has to focus on helping to educate the child at home. So I would actually say that this new normal, as it keeps, as it's mentioned, it is happening really for a very small and pretty privileged group of people on the continent. And most work is in the informal sector. Most of it is not within that part of the pyramid. So there is a new normal for people like me who are sitting at home, who are on this Zoom call with all of us. But if we look at even within our households, the people who work within our households, our domestic workers, the people who are trading on the road, the hawkers, their normal is the same and has just gotten a bit harder. So, and when it comes to women, again, I say the normal for the majority of women has actually become harder. So, while some of us who work in settings where we can be in virtual meetings, that is true. It has changed. There is this quote unquote new normal. But for the majority of our women, I really don't think so. I think where they started, things are a bit harder. So how do we actually bring them back and make them more resilient to these shocks? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Cleopatra. Yeah, and then you also talked about how to make sure that these gaps get smaller and to develop innovative approaches for the informal sector. That is one way to make the life less harder. And I think we had one more question for Menti, but what if we have people answering that question out in the plenary instead? Because the next question was, what would you prioritize for building back better in your local constituency? So if we let people, the participants, then think about that question. What would your priorities be for building back better in your local constituency? And we bring people into the plenary discussion, giving you the opportunity to raise your hand and answering that question in a discussion here with Cleopatra. Take a little while to reflect on that question that was also in Cleopatra's presentation. How can we build back better in our local constituency? Cleopatra had some ideas in her presentation.
And maybe as we're waiting for the participants, can I engage Cleopatra on one issue?
Please, Joseph.
Cleopatra, like I said to you, it's very provocative presentation and brilliant for debate. Now, I have a local municipality in the north of Uganda called Amuru, and they are working under COVID-19 SOPs. They have to observe social distancing, but they have to make their meetings happen. So what happens is they have to get onto digital devices. It doesn't matter, the level of urban development. They have to get on to certain devices in order to be efficient at their work. Now, the truth of the matter is, like you said, there's a segregation. There's a new normal for some, and maybe not a new normal for others. But there's also a saying that just because you don't see the flame, the fire isn't. You cannot say the fire isn't burning just because you don't see the flame. You could have embers, you could have coals, and that's equally as hot as fire without the flame. So I believe that the new normal is upon us. That you cannot rule it out, you cannot wish it away. But just because it hasn't manifested in an overt way doesn't mean that you shouldn't prepare for it. What do you have to say about that?
I would say the new normal happened well before you think it happened. Let me tell you when the new normal happened. When we increased telephony access across Africa. When the mobile phone in the global north, we moved from corded phones that had phone lines and then moved to mobile phones. Most of Africa went from no phones with no phone lines to mobile phones. So Africa made the leap from communities with 0 telephones to communities with mobile phones. I think that was the leap. The second leap that happened was mobile money. So mobile money that happened in Africa, and in fact, I say mobile money did more to empower women than many of our financial inclusion products and many of our interventions, because many women did not have bank accounts, but if they had access to a phone, and there was money on the phone, they had some independence, Some may say if they didn't have access to the phone, maybe their husband had the phone, they had no access to it. I agree with that. I do not disagree with that. But for a woman who had a phone in her hand, whether in a rural area, whether in an urban setting, and that phone had money, she could pay school fees, she could buy food. That was the leap. I actually think that was the leap. The movement that we're having now to virtual meetings because we can't meet in person. I also believe that, yes, that is forcing many of us to learn how to use more than just maybe texting and mobile money apps on our phones. And that's for the people who have smartphones, because we cannot forget that a lot of Africa does not have a smartphone. They're still using USSD codes. So even when you say that some people have to move their meetings to virtual, there are many who don't have a phone that has that capacity. But the most basic phone in our communities today can actually transfer and transact money, right? So what I think is we are going to have virtual meetings. We are going to move to virtual meetings. But the reality also on the ground now is more and more in-person meetings are happening. As we have more accessibility to vaccines, there's going to be more meetings happening in person. And you might find that that huge increase that Zoom and all these other mobile platforms got with subscribers, it may plateau because for us in our communities, and again, I'm talking about the bottom of the socioeconomic pyramid, there is still a lot of in-person interaction. So I'm not saying it's not going to happen. I know it is happening, but we also know from a lot of employers, we're also bringing our people, our workforce back to work, right? So not everyone is going 100% work from home. So for me, I do think there were embers, and in fact, there was a fire, and mobile telephony was the fire. And mobile money added to that and turned it into a blaze, especially for development in Africa. But I think for our agricultural sector workers, for our informal workers in markets, for our hawkers on the road, I think it's a slightly different situation. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Cleopatra. And we have a question from Andrew Tembo in Zambia. He wrote this question in the chat. How can we promote gender-aware social protection in these increasingly insecure markets in sub-Saharan Africa?
I would almost want to ask you that question because there are so many things we need to think about. How can we improve access to healthcare so that when there is an illness in the family, it does not drain everybody's savings? Should we, when we talk about universal access to healthcare, should we be thinking about universal health insurance? How can our governments actually collect enough revenue to be able to do that? Should we be using vouchers? And this is an example for health insurance. But now when we think about also childcare, should we be thinking about setting up childcare centers or creches in markets? Because that might help, because then children at least will be close to their mothers, close to their places of work. What should we be doing to encourage more savings groups? What tax rebates? When people come together and save, what can we do to ensure that money, first thing, in case they have to lend out a lot of that money and some tragedy or another pandemic befalls members, and so these savings groups do not collapse? What can we do to also protect these informal saving groups? I think there's so many different things we need to think about. And I think that in different settings, different innovations will work, but we need to understand that not one single innovation will work, or not one single social protection measure will work, because where in countries and economies like yours, Anna, where you have strong social protection measures, it's multiple layers of different bits, from the education side, from the health side, from the even from the labor laws and employment requirements. So all those things need to be put in place, and it is multi-sectoral. While sometimes we think about social protection as just being the remit of our ministries of social protection and youth, it actually needs to cut across. So I think I don't have the answer. I mean, I would love to pose that back to everybody.
Yeah, you gave a lot of ideas, and you pointed out that, like you did now, that it's on multi-levels and in different sectors. So if we put that question back into the participants, maybe someone would like to also give an answer to that on the local level. Do you have any ideas on how to build back better, and any ideas for the local sectors, on the local sector? How would your priorities be to build back better in your municipality or district? Do we have any suggestions? Any hands up? Anyone would like to share? Maybe you have already done something in your municipality or district. that could be of use to your colleagues here in the auditorium? It doesn't seem like it. So maybe what do you say, Anna and Joe? Should we just now thank Cleopatra for this session?
No, she's been absolutely mind-blowing in every sense of the word. I think the very, very bold insights, and I think she's defended the positions very well.
Yeah.
Very eloquently. Thank you, Cleopatra, for that. Like Annie said, a lot of food for thought. We surely should have another opportunity to engage further with you. Thank you very much.
It has been a pleasure engaging with all of you. Have a very good day.
Thank you so much, Cleopatra. Thank you. Now we will have, once again, a 5-minute really short break before we are going to have the next last session. So yet once again, we're going to play some music for 5 minutes, and everyone who wants to join in some music and moving and dancing, please join me. And now I'm going to pay close attention to you, Joseph, and see how you are moving about.
Yes,
so now,
absolutely. Waiting
now
for
we're
you.
going to listen to Mariam Makeba, I think. Let's have some. So I can see Samuel and Nansukusa are already up. And try to reach up to the corner of your screen and to the next corner of your screen, and then to the lower corner, and then to the next lower corner, and then you reach out to the 2 corners of your screen, and then down to the lower corners, and then we start again, up there and up there and down there and down there. And you could also do this sitting down. It's perfectly okay to be sitting down doing this. Okay, Joe, how are we going to move now?
It's all about the waves.
It's all about the waves, creating some waves.
The movement must come in waves.
Hade vi inte... Ja, den är lite häftigare.
Yeah. Then you beat some drums.
Lite högre. Okay.
Everybody starts to move.
I hope you got some new
as soon as
oxygen and blood going in your systems. Thank you.
Yes.
So now I'm handing over to Anna.
Thank you. It was very refreshing indeed, Anna. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I think we are very energized to continue with at the next session. That will be led by Joe. So I will not do the full presentation of Joe. I will just remind our participants that he is a national mentor from Uganda. and is a gender governance and communications expert with over 25 years providing leadership and support in multinational universe, civil society, and development sector. So, Joe, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you very much, Anne. My pleasure, my pleasure. And ladies and gentlemen, I must say it's been wonderful being part of this seminar once again. And we understand that the situation that we're in, you know, there's a debate about it, and it couldn't have been any better than having Cleopatra and Sini and Nicole making all those wonderful presentations that led from the definition into the empowerment movement, into the debate on the new normal and what can we do to pivot and reskill. But the situation that we must recognize, and this is one of the key aspirations of the ICLD, is to keep abreast with an unprecedented transformation of the whole world, from an industrial-based economy to a society that is knowledge-based and which has an appetite for fast-paced innovation. My name is Joseph Osia Lomagoro, and I'm the National Gender Mentor for Uganda. Speaking from sunny Kampala, and very, very pleased and honored to be part of the panels today. Like I said, we have been catapulted into an era where change is the only constant, and organizations must be adept at anticipating, at shaping, and adopting to change. But it's an exciting time as well. We must embrace the challenges with enthusiasm. We must understand our contexts. We must understand our internal and external context. Are we at the tip of the spear when it comes to innovating change? Or are we amongst the mass followers? What are our strengths? What are we doing? How are we scoping the future to understand what our options will be 5, maybe 10 years from today? How are we looking at the development interventions that we're placing into vulnerable contexts to make a change in a very fast-paced world? There are questions that we must ask ourselves. In terms of the global pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, at what stage is your organization? At what stage is your municipality? And there have been descriptions that say there are 5 stages, there are 4 stages. I would like us to go through very, very quickly what I think are the basic stages that an organization will go through with respect to the COVID-19 pandemic. The first is reaction. You have to take stock and say, who is affected? What is the impact? And what can we do to insulate ourselves from negative consequences? That's reactionary. But after that, you go to the response, a more measured, a more balanced reaction, something that is after, full of thought, that is taking into consideration the various contexts. And you develop programs to help your workers maybe shift from working in the office to working at home. You look at the well-being initiatives, you look at new benefit programs, and you train leaders to cope with the new environment. Then the third stage is the return. We all want comfortable spaces. We all want to have, the work environments which are predictable and in which we can make decisions with a fairly stable environment. That's the return. We develop new protocols and systems to keep our workers and our stakeholders infection-free and safe. And we try and make our work environments as secure as possible. At the same time, the fourth stage is transformation. We begin to look at resilience. We redesign our products and our services. We redesign our strategic intent to reflect the environments in which we are in. And we create work experiences that give us safety nets that help us to operate safely in changing environments. But we must understand that it's important for us to see that continuous improvement requires a commitment to learning. And this is why for the last two seminars, we have put an emphasis on learning, because the ICLD is committed, one, to building a network of alumni who have a strong dedication to learning and sharing experiences to strengthen each other, but at the same time, an internal commitment to learning. And what does it take? We look at the pie quadrants. One, we need leaders who are committed to organizational learning. You must have a clear vision and goals for organizational learning. We must have champions and role models. That is the quadrant with supportive leaders. At the same time, we need culture. We need a culture of continuous improvement. It's not enough to attain a new level of knowledge stock. No, it must always be that we will question the status quo over and over again. We must have aligned beliefs and values. We must have reinforcing incentives. We must have commitment to the measurement of our results, because the truth of the matter is you cannot improve what you do not measure. At the same time, we must have the ability for our staff to have performance reviews, to evaluate how well they capture and pass on learning to each other, in order to enable richer services and collaboration across departments and the utilization of best practices. When it comes to the intuitive knowledge processes, we want to have organizational learning processes that are embedded into the daily workflows. It cannot be something that is abstract, that is on a piece of paper and is not applicable in our daily workflows. So we must define certain processes to set the learning agenda and capture and to distill and to apply, and especially to share knowledge. We must embrace technology. Technology right now is no longer just an enabler. Technology is an existential reality. It doesn't matter to what extent right now you have the application of technology. It will come home to roost. It's pretty much like the COVID-19 pandemic. At one point, we only heard about it in Asia, in China. And then we realized that it had penetrated to certain other countries. And before long, the whole world was dealing with domestic situations from COVID-19. It's the same thing with technology. You may hear about fantastic changes across oceans, across continents. Artificial intelligence, the use of big data, the use of predictive algorithms, the use of targeted marketing, all these may sound newfangled and possibly not even applicable to one of the mama mbogas selling roadside vegetables in Nairobi, next to Dr. Mujenyi's house. However, it is only a matter of time before this technology comes home to all of us. So we need to identify who needs the knowledge. We must close the gap. Who needs the knowledge, and where are the best opportunities for us to learn, and what systems would work best in order to enable people who are already at work fit even better. And then the fourth part of the quadrant is organizational structures, which give us defined learning structures. We must have defined roles and responsibilities for capturing and distilling and applying and sharing knowledge. We must build networks that are coordinated, that have a consensus about the direction in which they're going, that have a shared vision. It's important that these networks are enabled and that they're energized. This is what the commitment to learning is reflecting. So we ask ourselves, what is a learning organization? There are many descriptions for this, but we must see that the role of leadership will be decentralized from a minute command core to a wider cohort of employees, of stakeholders, of alumni, of network members. Everybody must be empowered to become a leader, to take on responsibility for leadership. And on top of that, we must employ a holistic approach. It must be a multi-level concept, from the individual to the team to the organization. The roles must enjoy strong interplay. They must be well aligned in a holistic approach so that everybody gets on the same page. We must recognize the role of learning cultures and beliefs and norms and values, and be very, very supportive of employee learning. This is where the human resource policies must be supportive of a learning culture. When the systems and structures that are in place within the organization support right from the individual to the team to the organization to shift from one stage of knowledge stock to the next, and a sustained way of continuously interrogating the status quo. We must also put a strong emphasis on informal and social networks. Sometimes the organization may be too strict and rigid in its structures, and the space for sharing is extremely formal, and the lower hierarchies of the stakeholders, the employees, do not find that they have the platforms to share ideas and enrich each other, unless we organize an informal or more socialized network. And then you'll find that the creative juices are released. There's a challenge to each and everybody to be part of the change agenda, and people's ideas start flowing through, people's ideas start continuously adding into the main core. This is what a learning organization looks like. At this point, we see that there are 5 main learning activities. Systematic problem solving. You want to move away from the amorphous. You want to move away from the try and error. We want to move into a situation where we're taking what we have learned, insights from the past, insights from our previous experiences, what we're learning from each other, and a clear appreciation of where we want to go. And we're creating linear connections, strong alignments of these various filters to help us solve problems. We also do a lot of experiments with new approaches. We're not afraid to fail, but we fail forward. We say, this is working for us now, but with a future that is approaching, with our appreciation of what is going to happen in the next 5, in the next 10 years, we need to be experimental with a new approach. So we're not afraid. We are very bold and courageous about taking on new approaches. But we also learn from past experience. We never throw the past away. We look at the past as a platform to enrich our steps going forward. And it's not only from our past, but from the past experience of peers, the past experience of those who have gone before us. We take that and we utilize it for our current use in guiding our trajectory going forward. We learn from the best practices of others. How do we do this? We must reach out. We must be curious. We must be hungry. We must be abreast with what is going on across the globe. We must be keen to be part of the change agenda. So we interface with other people. We strengthen our networks. We encourage seminars such as this one, where we have an opportunity to cross-pollinate, so that what is a best practice in Georgia becomes the new normal, the new model for the way things are done here in Uganda. We also focus on the transfer of knowledge quickly and efficiently, meaning that We embrace new situations. We're not afraid to try the new. We are not afraid to pass information. We're not afraid to be the candle that lights other candles without losing anything. We are quick, we are efficient about this. We invest in being proud of success stories, but we are also not afraid to let our failures light the way for other people. So we pass both the positive and the negative. This is the way we should do this. This is the way that we should not do these things. We also have 5 disciplines of a learning organization. Now, personal mastery is the discipline of continually clarifying and deepening our personal vision, of focusing our energies, of developing patience, and of seeing reality objectively. It is understanding who you are and not being actually satisfied with that, but knowing that within all of us is the seed of excellence. And the only way that we can achieve that is by mastering ourselves and having the discipline of continuously seeking the better us. What are the mental models? These are some of the deeply ingrained assumptions or generalizations and even pictures or images that influence how we understand the world. Some people call them perspectives. Some other people call them beliefs. But essentially, there are filters, there are frames that we look at the world through. We have been socialized right from our childhood about how to look at life. And sometimes these frames, these socialized principles may not hold true today as they did 5 years ago. So we need to continuously assess what are our mental models and how are they influencing the way that we view our contexts, the way that we view the world. And we should not be afraid of being objectively corrected. We must be able to follow the path of strongest persuasion, which means that what I hold true today should stand critical cross-examination. And if not, if there's a narrative that is stronger in terms of persuasion, I should be objectively able to follow the new path of persuasion. We must have a shared vision, the picture of the future, the desire for a more developed consensus position for everybody that works for everybody. It must be intuitive and instinctive and not something that is learned by rote. It must be a collective experience. And for the best part, it should be the cumulative total of each participant's personal vision, guided by the best persuasion. We must also have the ability to look at the IQ, the collective IQ. Team learning is the collation of a number of people's IQ, which will always be much higher than that of an individual, because you'll have multiple perspectives. And if you allow healthy debate, the best narrative should always come to the top. So the only way to begin building group IQ is to open the channels of communication within the group and start talking to each other boldly, objectively, without fear or favor. We must also start systems thinking, looking at the patterns that connect the larger system and, as opposed to the easiest pathway. System thinkers cure headaches by removing the cause, as opposed to rather than just giving aspirin as a cure. So they believe that by examining patterns of interplay, they can pinpoint the most important core issues and then tackle those for greater change, more benefit. And these have a lot of benefit. There's less use of defensive routines in work because you're using the collective. There's greater trust because I know I'm going to be open about what I'm discussing. There's faster change because we're all inputting in the same direction. There's more effective communication, even though we may have opposing ideas, we may have opposing frames, but I'm listening to you, you are listening to me, and my objective is to learn. So I'm ready to adopt your position, or you're ready to adopt mine, based on the path of mutual benefit, but also on the path of stronger persuasion. There's also the ability, the benefit of group self-awareness, collective learning, everybody benefits, and a greater cohesiveness amongst the teams. And this leads us to some of the other benefits of a learning organization. There are many, there are millions and millions of these. But sharing experiences, like we are trying to do right now with this seminar series, is one way of building trust, because when you tell me your story and I tell you my story, and we're able to learn from each other, it builds trust and it secures our references, or each other as strong references in our paths going forward. There's more interaction between supervisory levels. The departmental heads understand that there's no benefit in operating in silos. We must listen to feedback. This is the lifeblood of innovation. This is the lifeblood of market penetration. Feedback, 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 both positive and negative. And learning organizations are not afraid to seek feedback. They're not afraid to have to open the door for objective criticism. They embrace the feedback that is given to them, from every section of the organization, or from their stakeholders. But it also gives us a balance of work and non-work life. It's not everything's about work, because there will be somebody who will say, look, there's a non-work issue here that will help us be more productive. We become more flexible and adaptable because we are able to accommodate minority views, even though we are the majority. The communication, both top-down and bottom-up, opens up, and the organization absolutely benefits from that. But there's also an emphasis on cooperation, because we know that there's value that we can get when we work together. And so it's important to ask, how can we become learning organizations? It's important that we get support, first and foremost, from our relevant senior staff. Every employee in the organization needs to think and act like a leader, but it is inspired leadership throughout the organization that will help us to find our way. And for change to happen, we look at our mentors, we look at those people who are at the top, the senior managers, the senior staff. So if you have that level, if you occupy those positions, it's important that you provide support in terms of organizational learning. The second one is change the systems of work. Introduce systems of work that bring action, that bring review, that bring the application of learning so closely together that their boundaries become very hard to distinguish. The third step is you must introduce working practices that enable staff to network freely, to move between hierarchies as required, to have access to senior positions, to have access to senior staff without having to hop, skip, and jump. Open up the organization, because the value comes from anywhere within the stakeholders. The fourth is go outside, do some outside networking. Find organizations that that are already at the levels that you want to be at, and go out and engage with them, and be open, and invite them to come and be open with you, so that the feedback will fuel the changes that you need. The fifth step is to support learning as much as possible. There must be an active promotion. It cannot be subtle. It must be vibrant. Everybody who steps in there must feel that the experience within this organization is one that requires that every day I position myself to learn something new. I'll have a question that I'll ask. I'll have a situation that I will interrogate. And embrace innovation. We must embrace innovation in learning. introduce new ways of learning, provide a wide range of learning opportunities and options that meet certain individual needs and meets other teams' needs and meet the whole of the organization, or just a few people. Do not be afraid to innovate, to have digital, maybe hardcover books, maybe a week of reading. Be innovative in ways that create and make learning fun. Here's the way that we can create a knowledge sharing process, because it's important for us to have a knowledge sharing process as one of our core strategic intents. We must define who the actors are, internally and externally. What is the nature of the group of actors or learning communities? Who are they? We must define them. Are they senior management? Are they at the board level? Are they external stakeholders to whom we should address ourselves in one way or the other? We need to know who are the actors and then identify their learning needs. We must do that assessment without fear, with boldly and courageously. We need to understand this is their relevance today, and they're moving into a world that is fast-paced and changing. The alumni after the ITP programs will be out there as change ambassadors, but what are their learning needs in the environments that they exist? We must know them, and then we must identify high-value sources of knowledge. What knowledge needs to be captured? What are the priorities? Who are the sources? Who are credible in this area? And we must define processes for each of those sources. How will this knowledge be captured? How will it be stored? How will it be shared? We must identify and be prepared to move on those actions. Then we must translate those processes into tangible steps. What tasks make up each process? Which processes merge together or have a precedent, one follows the other? Which ones reinforce each other? We must create a network that is visible, but also logical, and break it down so that it's easily consumable by our stakeholders. And then we must provide certain resources to enable and support new capabilities. What staffing and other resources need to align to execute each task? And where do we need to add resources or to add incentives to achieve our objectives, to achieve a new, the utilization or the leveraging of these new capabilities? This is how we create a knowledge sharing process. And finally, one quote by Mr. Peter Drucker: strategy is not enough. Culture, it's strategy for breakfast. What does this mean? You may declare, you may crystallize your strategic intent to the laser focused level, to the laser focused degree. However, we must always focus on culture. What is the dominant culture in your organization? Because the dominant culture in your organization will actually define your organization. And that culture, if it is not supportive of your overall strategic intent, will eat your strategic intent for breakfast. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for listening. It has been my pleasure to provide the presentation on learning organizations. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joe. I think today we have learned really a lot from our wonderful speakers and also from each other, which has been the primary objective also of this seminar. And I think that our participants did really well. And we had a very interesting comments coming from different experiences. And this was very interesting. And as we move towards the end of the seminar, before we move to closing remarks, I think it is a good time now to ask our seminar participants, after hearing the presentations, after engaging with each other, what is it that you can do and what will you do to combat gender-based violence? So this is our final question for today to the participants. So perhaps you could take a minute to think about the question, what is your role? Because during our Q&A sessions and during the reflections, we've heard a lot, I think, that there are policies, there are actors, there are supporting organizations, but what we need is change agents, right? So each and every one of us has a role, I think, in this very important cause. So what is it that you can do and you will do to combat JPV going forward? So anyone wants to comment on this, just raise a hand and we'll let you in. You could also share the reflection, the overall reflection of the seminar with us as a comment on the whole day.
Yes, I can see that we have Rajka Vujovic in Serbia wanting to give a comment.
Yes, thank you, Anne. First of all, thanks to all speakers. This was a very interesting seminar for me, and I got a lot of new information. I'm happy that I've been here today with you. So what can I do is that as a member of the provincial parliament in Vojvodina, Serbia, I will continue to advocate for women inside in the parliament. That's the first thing. I usually here put an accent on women's rights and on the rights of women at the rural areas. And secondly, what will I do is I will try to organize public discussions that can include all members of all communities, and those public discussions are something that can benefit for all, because they will those discussions, those public discussions are also led by speakers who are usually in local communities, are persons who have some influence. Also, I am planning to try to help to women's NGOs, and we need to involve NGOs in this process, because in my experience, women's NGOs are usually poorly informed, at least in my communities, and they consider women's rights mostly like gathering women to make some food and speak some topics like, I don't know, everyday topics, and they are less informed about things that we are speaking here. So what I've learned here, I will continue to share in my community and in Parliament both. And thank you all, and once again.
Thank you so much.
Rajka. I hope that we see some more hands up wanting to share from their reflections from today. As we are waiting to get Ulrika Moder from New York joining us. So we have some technical issues getting Ulrika on board. We have been struggling a bit, so we have some time getting your reflections and getting your call for actions, like Anna has been asking of you to get your call for actions or your reflections.
Hello.
Hello. Kanyinye.
Yes, I think the presentations have been very provocative in a way that we already have systems in place which are already working. But you find that from the provocations, it appears as though in what we have done so far in our respective countries, in our respective municipalities, is very little. There is a lot more to be done. Hence, looking at the learning points, I just wish that in the presentations would be shared as people had already alluded to. But you find that this is going to see us now find a better way of moving, because we are living in a society where we have a lot of clusters
Men hur går det
of
med
people and
Ulrika?
these things. Hello? And this require that we have an approach, different approaches to in GBVs in the urban areas, GBV in the rural setup, and even GBV in the workplaces. So you find that all those things are bordered on the municipality. That's what I'm saying. And there's really a lot now to be done when I've looked at the way the presentations have come out. They are provoking to say we have done very little, though we thought we are better off here. There is a lot of things that are to be done for us to make sure that we really cover up the GBVs and also the women empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dada. That was brilliant. That was very encouraging to know that you have a lot that you're going to take away, and that you have those systems in play. Be bold, be courageous about your strategic intent, and make sure your municipality becomes a learning organization that strengthens the individual, the teams, and the whole organization. I see Gwen Mwaba. Gwen, go ahead.
Okay, hello. This is Gwen from Zambia. I think my contribution will be short. I think GBV is real in the times we're living in and in the municipalities that we represent. My take from the sessions I was able to listen to, because I had technical faults, was that we also need to think about the psychological GBV and the economic one, the first session that we had, because sometimes we may concentrate on the physical, and yet these other ones that are not easily seen may also need our attention. And another take home is we need to do more, like has been said. We've got structures, we've got policy, but it's sort of like we've just been curtain dressing. And then we have the way we talk about GBV, it's as if it's something that is out there, but we need to put it in every program that we relate with. The programs that we have at the municipalities, it shouldn't be a program on its own. It should be incorporated whenever possible. Whenever we have other programs that are running, let's talk about it, so that even the psychological ones, the economic ones, can become more appreciated, because we have a lot of people that understand the physical violence, especially in our local communities. But even intellectual women have or are going through GBV. So we concentrate so much on the local women, the community women, but this psychological damage is very real to women who are even in careers and even have knowledge of all these things that we are talking about. But just to have that space where people become free to express themselves and to be able to bring out these issues. Yeah, I think that's my take.
Gwen, thank you very much for that. But can I ask you a question? What are you going to do now that you're armed with this information?
Okay, I think I'll continue being an advocate for knowledge among many women, even those who are career women like myself. I'll continue speaking to them. I actually even am attending some conference this weekend for women, and even though the conference is not about GBV, it's about women. And like one of the other speakers said, that mostly they may concentrate on on things that have to do with women only, but I think I'll take the opportunity to bring out that GBV is real and it has different categories, not just physical. Yeah, so that's what I'll do on my part.
Thank you, Gwen. That's excellent. We hold you to your commitment.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other participants that would like to share?
I would also like to thank Gwen. I can't see any more raised hands, but now I have good news. We have Ulrika Moder with us from New York, and I would like all participants who are willing to put on their cameras, because I think that would be really nice for Ulrika to see all participants that has been here this morning, if that is possible. Good morning, Ulrika Moder. I'm very proud to introduce Ulrika Moder. We had some technical issues to connect you. I'm very sorry for that. It's been some struggle. We're sorry for that, but now you are with us from your room in New York. And as I said, I'm proud to introduce Ulrika Moder, UN Assistant Secretary General, to do the closing remarks here. Ulrika is the Director of the Bureau of External Relations and Advocacy at UNDP, UN Assistant Secretary General. Ulrika Moder began her role at UNDP in 2018. In UNDP, Ulrika leads the organization and nurturing and growing key relationships with member states and new emerging partners. Ulrika steers UNDP communication and advocacy as it works to realize the vision of the Sustainable Development Goals. Previously, Ulrika Moder was serving as Sweden's State Secretary for Internal Development Cooperation and Climate and has been part of Sweden's support and achievement of the 2030 Agenda. I know that it's very early in New York and very, very early, so we're really glad to have you here, Ulrika. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you also for the opportunity to listen in. I hear myself in an echo. I hope it works. Well, I mean, looking at this from the global perspective, as we do as United Nations Development Program with coverage in 170 countries, really with boots on the ground and having accompanied countries throughout the pandemic, but also throughout the socioeconomic crisis that is affecting countries and communities, and not least women and girls. It's a really important topic that you are discussing here today. As we all know, women's economic empowerment is really a prerequisite for the sustainable development and for achieving the goals that the world leaders decided upon in 2015. But as we have seen, and UNDP is measuring this, and I would be happy to share to all of you participants also some links so that you can accompany the data that we are developing also together with UN Women. We have seen that as the pandemic persists across the globe, also because of the vaccine inequity, we know that time and time again, women's leadership is really key. Making a key contribution to see to that we can have an effective response from the first responders, of course, in health, where women make up more than 70% of the workforce, to care providers, but also decision makers and beyond in local communities, in municipalities, in regions, and at national level. But at the same time, as our speakers have illustrated here today, the pandemic is also halting the progress on gender equality and on women's empowerment. So this really goes two different ways. And among the many consequences of the COVID-19 crisis, women's economic security is at stake. This is what we see when we look at the socioeconomic data across the world. Many of the estimated 740 million women worldwide working in the informal sector don't have access to financial safety nets or social protection, and you are so fully aware of this situation. Women are also 24% more likely than men to leave the workforce as they take over unpaid care work or are being unemployed, as we have seen throughout the past 1.5 years. And this, of course, tells us that really hard-won gains are being lost. Also gains with regard to education for young women and girls we have seen being derailed. You may have seen the Malala Fund putting up an estimate of 20 million girls in developing countries that will never or may never return to the classroom after the pandemic because of the school shutdowns. And this backsliding of progress on gender equality does not only threaten these girls and women, but really leaves, as we know, half of the population behind, half of our humanity behind. And it also stands in the way, as I said in the very beginning, of a more prosperous and sustainable future for all of us. Because without gender equality, we know for certain that we will not achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Gender equality is not only a goal in itself, but it's really the accelerator we need to achieve also the other global goals. Just to take some few examples that you also would be aware of, increasing women's labor participation is vital, of course, to overcome the economic stagnation that we have seen, and we have estimates with regard to this. So, for example, if women participate in the economy identically to men globally, this would add up, it's being said, $28 trillion or 26% of the global GDP in a decade. 26% of the global GDP in a decade. This is the kind of power that women also bring to our economies. We can also see when we look at poverty reduction, with poverty now and also extreme poverty increasing, that women are 25% more likely than men to be the ones who fall into poverty and also extreme poverty. And in fact, the correlation between the Global Gender Gap Index and the Global Competitiveness Index shows that the more gender equality we have in a country, the higher is the degree of competitiveness. So this is, of course, something to look at for those who don't invest or see to invest and make gender equality really mainstream through their actions as we try to recover and move out of the pandemic. Countries with higher levels of gender equality, they are also greater in regard to economic resilience. And there are countries pointing at this, mentioning here Estonia, Australia, Japan, Denmark, but also Sweden. Countries that have looked into these possibilities. So it's clear, women's economic empowerment has a spillover effect on the resilience of economies, the elimination of poverty, and also prosperity of countries. But yet, of course, our collective efforts do not match the size of what's at stake. We need to do so much more. The words are there. We hear them also here in the UN during General Assembly and many of the events. The knowledge is there, but it's really still time to take action. And even more so, I would say now, as we look at the economic recovery plan across the world. I would also like to say something about perceptions and bias, because for true and lasting women's economic empowerment with wide-reaching impacts, we also need to see that we have, alongside with the structural transformation of our economies and societies, the elimination of systems that have created these gender inequalities, a better understanding, but also other perceptions. We need to ensure that women and men have equal voice and participation, both in the private sector and in the public sector, of course. We need to look specifically at closing the digital gap. UNDP came forward ahead of the pandemic with our Human Development Report pointing at digital inequalities as one of the main drivers of increasing inequalities, and hence a main hindrance with regard to the Sustainable Development Goals. But I would also like to emphasize, and I believe that this is important because this is also what we've seen, another index that came out of that very same report looking at increasing inequalities, and that is the UNDP's Gender Social Norm Index, where we look at social norms that are fueling inequalities. And this is also what we have seen throughout the index. Throughout the pandemic. This index suggests that 50% of men globally thinks that in times of crisis, jobs should be prioritized for men, and that men have more rights to jobs than women. And the same index shows also that 30% of men consider that it's justifiable for a husband to beat his wife. And just to say, as I was also mentioning, that Sweden was among the countries that did quite well with regard to integrating gender and making this a success story with regard to its economic development. We see even in countries in the Nordics that gender bias is actually increasing in society. So this is certainly not anything we should take for granted, even in the most developed countries where we have seen a lot of progress. So social norms and UNDP's Gender Social Norms Index is something that we need to look into again to really understand what is happening and how we can encounter it. Also, as we've heard today, gender-based violence and the disempowerment of women can really also negatively reinforce each other. Economic cohesion in form of gender-based violence and its limits of women's control and resources is something that we have really seen increasing throughout the pandemic. And we know that when a woman increases the control over her income, an abusive partner may use gender-based violence to take back control. Also, people being locked into their settings. I mean, there are many reasons that we know about. And gender-based violence has really emerged throughout the lockdown as a true global crisis. And we are looking at how to encounter this. And we have worked together with UN Women throughout the pandemic to really see to that we can support countries and decision makers with a more gender-responsive analysis as they also look at the socioeconomic recovery. So there is also something that you can look at. We can perhaps share the link also to the organizers of the event. That is the Global Gender Response Tracker that we have developed together with UN Women to support decision makers to make the right choices. We really have to work together to curb the fallout of this pandemic. And once again, as I said in the beginning, realize that many countries will be accompanied by the effects of the pandemic for years to come because of the socioeconomic crisis that have accompanied. And we need to ensure that we don't backtrack on gender equality. Well, what I've told you is that we've actually done just that, but we need to see to that we have these measures to move forward and that we can give really good and critical advice to decision makers at different levels in our societies. There are many good practices that we have seen governments make use of in responding to the crisis. So we can also use those best practices. One example that we have seen, just to take one, is Pakistan, where the government has established cash transfers to respond to the pandemic, but with also the simple request of the citizen to really have the ID number sent through SMS. And few women in the lowest wealth quintile has both an ID and mobile phone. So of course then we were there also to see that we could support the government. And this is just one of many examples to see how they could direct this into a cash program that would reach women. One Women, One Account is the name of that. In Cabo Verde, in Colombia, Egypt, and Mexico, we have also developed different training programs for governments, but also for women entrepreneurship, digital entrepreneurship, e-marketing, e-commerce, as well as financial skills, so that we can also improve livelihoods of women. This work really remains a priority for UNDP. We are, as I said in the beginning, leading on the socioeconomic analysis on behalf of the UN and also accompanying countries across the world in their planning. And we are looking at to see how we can ensure that women are gaining access to basic services, but also, as I said, financial services and non-financial assets. And we are doing that since many years, but we are strengthening this work throughout the pandemic. So just a few examples how to do things differently, to ensure that we give advice, that we use the global platforms also of the United Nations to share the best practices, so that we can recover in a different way and move forward instead of in reverse in relation to gender equality. We really look forward to accompany also ICLD and all of you where you are. UNDP has a lot of support to local governance, to regions also, and we know how important local governments and regions are in the recovery and the support to local economies. So wherever you are and wherever you work, don't hesitate to get in contact with the UNDP colleagues to get access to the data, to the instruments, but also to the concrete support that we can give in coordination also with other UN colleagues, but also the World Bank and other financial institutions that we're working with at country level. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be part of this and to listen in also to the seminar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ulrika, for being our final speaker in this seminar today. Thank you so much for your great speech here. Yes, we all need to work together on all levels with innovative approaches in all sectors and all together to bridge the gaps. And all speakers here today have given different examples on that. And all you participants as well have been engaging very, very well. So thanks to everyone for your great engagement and participation this morning. I would also like to invite now Joe and Anna in this final vote of thanks to all participants and to all the speakers. We still have some of you with us here. And we do hope that you feel that you have been taking part in new discussions and gotten some new perspectives on these topics. And maybe there is someone who wants to reflect on something before we leave. We are a little bit late. What do you like to say before we leave each other, Joe and Anna?
Thank you very much, Anna, and big applause to Ulrika. I think very, very befitting words. And it has been so gracious of you to be part of this seminar. The ICLD is very, very keen on building a very strong network of change agents. And your contribution to this is absolutely appreciated. So it is with all our participants. We do not take you for granted. We thank you for being part of this seminar. We will have another seminar to be communicated at a later date. But the objective, the strategic intent is always to promote structured learning that is sustainable and that enriches every one of us through shared experiences and through the adoption of best practices. So it's been a great honor to be part of this, and it's been a great honor to work alongside you and the team from the ICLD. I would like to thank our participants most because they have been the core of the cross-pollination, and we hope that we will hear from them with regard to the interesting topics that they would like for us to bring up on our next seminar series. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Anna.
Yes, I would like to also join Joe in thanking our speakers and also our participants who have been very active. I think that we had very fruitful and interesting discussions and we all learned from each other. And I very much hope that we will meet again and we will have another chance to meet for other ICLD-driven seminars. And I think that the experiences that have been shared by the participants are very valuable. And indeed, we will, and I will personally continue thinking on many of the issues that have been discussed today. So thanks to all of you, Joe and Anna and Nikolai also. Many thanks to you and big applause to our speakers and participants. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. So don't let it stop here. Keep the discussions going. Keep building your networks. And within this group and within your teams and within the programs that you are active in. And we will process this as well. Nikolai, who you haven't been seeing, but he's been working really hard here. He's going to process this and write a report, and we will send it out to you, to all the participants, and also to the ones that weren't able to join us here today, together with all the single presentations that has been shared here today. And we will send that out to you, and we will also communicate the plans for the next seminar that will take place early next year in the early spring. And it will most likely be on the theme and topic of women's representation. But I will also take the time to remind you that as early as tomorrow morning, it's going to be a local democracy talk on women's representation in Tanzania. If you go into the social media of ICLD, you could easily join up for that live streamed seminar of women's representation in Tanzania, a local democracy talk. That is going to be really, really interesting. So, but a big thank you to everyone who has been staying on for this morning, and hope to see you tomorrow morning and on the next local democracy cross-pollination seminar. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Nikolai. And thank you, everyone who is in the room. Bye-bye.
Thank you and bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Forte un gosta di bo, amo non gosta di bo.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye bye. Bye bye everyone.
Bye.
Bye bye.